Good morning. Thank you all for being patient. We have another day of budget hearings today, so I'll call this meeting to order at 9:22 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea.
Present.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang will be absent this morning. Councilmember Richardson.
Present for duty.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Present.
And Council President Carbasi.
Thank you. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Esparza, would you please lead us? Everyone, please stand. City Clerk, would you mind letting us know about translation?
Certainly. For people joining us online, we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom. We also have ASL translators. And in-house, we do have Spanish translators for anyone in the chambers that needs their services. And those are all the announcements I have this morning.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we are going to go in order. We do have today, we're going to start with this offices of the City Clerk and Copy Center. So City Clerk, if you want to do it up here, you can. If you prefer to go down there, you can as well. Got it.
And I'm happy to get started. I wonder if there's any members of the public that want to talk about my budget. Ask for lots of money.
Thank you for that. Okay, thank you. Yes, this is a time for public comment. We do those at the beginning of the day. And so if anyone wishing to comment on the special meetings on the agenda today, there are two, one at 9 a.m., which we're going to hold off for a little bit on, one at 1:30. And of course, the budget hearings. This is the time to comment on all city business today. So please do come forward and you'll have 3 minutes. I do have a couple of cards. Giovanna Morales.
Hello again. My name is Giovanna Morales. I am with Leadership Council. We want to thank the council for continuing to fund the Eviction Protection Program. We do ask that the council increase the investment in the EPP and ensure that it is fully funded for the next fiscal year. We are going to see the financial impacts from this new administration worsen, and it will inevitably impact low-income families more so than anyone else. We need to ensure that tenants are not displaced, or else the city will see an increase in homelessness. The $2.5 million estimate is not taking this into account, nor the fact that there is little to no outreach done to let tenants know about the program. From 2000 to 2023, California's median rent increased 40%, while median renter income increased 9%. Renters in Fresno County need to earn $26.87 per hour, 1.6 times the state minimum wage, to afford the average monthly asking rent of $1,397. We need an increase to the EPP, as well as protections such as a rent stabilization and just cause ordinance, which will help tenants stay housed by reducing exorbitant and unlawful rent increases and unlawful evictions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next will be Rosa de Leon. Come on forward and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I am Rosa de Leon with Power California Action and the Fresno Housing Coalition. And I'm here to ask you to step up on your leadership and address the housing crisis here in Fresno. Working families are the ones seeing the impacts the most. And as we heard earlier from Giovanna, right, the federal cuts that the administration is doing are going to trickle down and impact Fresno residents, Fresno working families, big. So we really need you to step up and begin to allocate resources to make sure that families are housed. We are glad that there is investment for the eviction protection program, but it's not enough to meet the demand. that we currently have in the city. So we ask you to increase that to $2.5 million for 2026. In addition, the coalition is also asking you to fund mobile home rehabilitation program and fund $3 million to make sure that families that are living in mobile home parks have a safe and adequate living conditions. And last but not least, we need to look into what are alternatives, right, for housing. How can we address this in the long term? And do research around TOPA, the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, and invest $1 million this year for 2026 to begin to address in other ways, creative ways, the housing crisis. Make sure that working class families here in Fresno own their homes and are not suffering by being able to be displaced, right? This is only less than $7 million investment in working families in Fresno. So we urge you to take action today as you're looking at the budget and ensure that our families stay housed and that the economic burden that they keep continuing to see is something that they see your leadership addressing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Domaris. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Hello, my name is Domaris Sid. I'm a Power CA Action member and a District 3 resident who was born and raised in Fresno. For a few weeks now, I have been canvassing with Power CA Action and speaking to residents who live in District 7 about the economic hardships they're currently facing. Many residents are concerned about the excruciating cost of living with things like the price of healthcare, groceries, and rent. These are basic human necessities that residents struggle to choose between because they can barely afford it. That's why I'd like to highlight an alarming pattern I've noticed when speaking with residents. Many people are choosing not to use their AC or lights so they can save on the high PG&E bill. One resident did not use their AC for a month, and they could still barely afford their bills. I met 2 senior veterans with disabilities who keep their windows and doors open to cool off. I've met families as big as 6 people with adults and children, all living in one house, and who make cost of living sacrifices. The Central Valley gets incredibly hot. Heat waves can cause exhaustion, strokes, and death. That's why I'm asking that the budget includes $3 million for mobile home rehabilitation. Mobile home residents live in inhabitable conditions. Many need funding to renovate their homes. This includes weatherization, insulation, and solar to be able to sustain this current climate crisis. I'm urging for a solution where you all invest in the livelihoods for low-income families. These are families that include our workforce, veterans, and children. These renovations are crucial in saving lives and elevating some burden off of low-income families that are already struggling to make ends meet. I hope when you feel the heat continue to rise this summer, that you will think about our working class families that are struggling to keep cool and maintain food on the table. A first step forward will be to include $3 million in this budget for mobile home rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we do have Sam Frank.
Council President, Council Vice President, members of City Council. I'm Sam Frank. I'm with the Fresno City Employees Association. I'd like to speak today about the Eviction Protection Program. I just want to say that as a utility service representative for 34 years, I was the point person at the door of people who were getting evicted for all of those 34 years because they were usually getting their water shut off at the same time. So I understand very deeply over the years how people who are being evicted, sometimes unfairly and sometimes illegally, were impacted. So that being said, Central California Legal Services was always the go-to. They're a nonprofit here. They have an office right down the block, and for decades, they provided these services that you are now providing due to the COVID epidemic and the money that was provided from the federal ARPA funds. So, long story short, they've worked 161,837 cases, not just evictions, but all kinds of renters legal aid. They're pros. They have 90-plus staff members. They have 59-plus years of service. They have 3 offices here in the Central Valley. And I'm just saying that Due to COVID and due to the circumstances, you formed this eviction protection program to basically take care of that crisis. Well, COVID's done, the crisis is over, the money's gone. And so now we have to look at what's the best way to get good bang for the buck. Under this program, under $1.5 million budget, you had 143 referred to outside counsel for a total cost of $10,500 per case. Now it's being asked to be increased to $2 million for a total cost of $14,000 per case. I think that if we were to relook at this as, what if we gave this organization that has been doing this service for so long, that already has the overhead, that already has the staff, if we granted them $500 to $1 million, what could they do with it? How much bang could they get for it? And why are we duplicating services here? Economies of scale. Nelson, you teach it. So that's all I have to say, and the ding went ding, so thank you.
You still have some time.
Oh, I do?
You do, yeah.
Okay, that's not the second ding. I just want to say that, my heart goes out to these people. It always has. I always had that number available to me to give to a person who was being evicted. And, that shouldn't change. We shouldn't allow COVID to have us do something that's not as cost-effective as what was being done. Imagine if we were given $500,000 to this group all along. Imagine how many cases they could have helped, how many more cases. And by having a targeted grant, you get a report back from them to consolidate everybody who was helped. Instead of we helped this many, they helped that many, who knows what the total was? Who knows what the total impact to the community was? If you consolidate the service, if you consolidate the money, then you're going to get economies of scale, and that's what we need here.
Thank you, Sam. So again, anyone from the public, this is your time today to be able to speak on our agenda items, including our budget hearings, our special meeting for 9 a.m., and the special meeting for 1:30 p.m. This is your last opportunity. Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to move on with our budget hearings. City Clerk, you will have the floor. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right. Why don't we start off with a feel-good motion? $100,000 to the clerk's office. Anyone? Anyone? It's worth a shot. Okay. So the clerk's office connects the public with the legislative process and administers the democratic processes. My small and dedicated team serves the council, the administration, and the public, and our proposed budget will help us continue to serve our customers appropriately. So we have... There we go. So the clerk's office is made up of two divisions. In total, those two divisions are going to be $39,800 lower in appropriations this upcoming year. But that's not taking from PERS or anything. That's mostly due to a one-time graphics reproduction division purchase from the previous year. So all in all, the city clerk's office division is up $32,400. That is mostly PERS related. And the graphics reproduction division is mostly down $72,200, and that is from the one-time equipment purchase. So there's the slide that shows what we have. That 0.25 increase in full-time equivalent for the clerk's office is related to a position we got last year, our senior records clerk, and then the status quo for the graphics reproductions office. I would like to say one of the requests that we did put in the budget for this year is related to our central print shop. It is $32,500 for postage increases. My central print manager, Ryan Whitaker, is here and can answer any questions about that. But the budget that is projected, we feel it's adequate for us in FY26. Within the confines of that budget that is proposed, we are hoping to do our Wordly AI transition. There are funds for that. Some of you have been to those demonstrations, and we have more scheduled next week. I think the rest of your offices will be there. We're going to finish up the first half of our records retention update. Every city should have their own records retention schedule. We still use the state's. The previous clerk started the process and broke it up into several small parts. So we have one quarter done. We're doing another quarter right now, and then we're going to bring an update to council to approve that first half, and then we'll get the second half done. And so that's where we are at. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, City Clerk. I don't have anyone punched up right now.
All right,
Any
good
council
sign.
members wishing to comment? That means you're doing well. That's a good thing. Thank you very much for your
City
time.
Clerk,
Oh, we got one.
All right.
do we have any existing vacancies?
Do we have any vacancies? My office in the clerk's division does have one vacancy. It is the one of our deputy city clerk is vacant. Yeah.
Central Print?
Central Print has 0 vacancies.
Great, okay, thank
They're
you.
all staffed.
Next, we have Councilmember Richardson as well.
Sorry, sir.
Got you, Todd. This is a dais, not a soapbox, but I want to take like 10 seconds here. The work that your staff has put into this Wordly program to, 1, expand people's options and accessibility to the civic process, and 2, make City Hall more cost efficient, saving taxpayer money, is fantastic. It's what government should be about. So to my colleagues and those of you who aren't familiar, if you're not familiar with this Wordly program, it extends our ability to translate, interpret, and provide access, again, to the civic process, to discussions, to deliberations, to those who are in the deaf or hard of hearing community, those who speak another language, but want to take place in these conversations, want to have their voice heard, and want to hear what's going on here and understand it well. So thanks for your work.
Sure.
You're going to continue to have my support.
And as we start that, it's going to be just for our council meetings, but I do predict there will probably be wider adoption throughout the city after that. So.
Thank you very much. Good work. Okay. Next, we do have the City Attorney's Office. I've been told he's limiting it to 1 slide. No, I'm only teasing.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning, sir.
I want to first start off by thanking my team for helping put all of this together. Christina Therian, Naomi Schwartz, Erica Camarina, Brandon Collette, Tina Griffin, John Tully, and many others that just gathered so much data to have this presentation today. I want to also give a special shout out to our transactions unit that does the day-to-day work with all of you and the administration as well. Also a thank you to the mayor and his staff, city manager, Kelly Santino. You were very helpful in finding ways for us to save money and be more efficient in the things that we do. So I just wanted to say thank you for that as well. So our first slide basically just shows changes from last year to this year. Big driver in the increase from last year to this year under non-personnel. And the big driver under that are some grants and the way that we had calculated the eviction protection program. Next slide. We are staffed now at 188 positions. Next slide. Broken down. We are at 39 attorneys. We currently have 10 vacancies and built into the mayor's budget, attrition savings next year of $1.3 million. Next slide. Just to highlight, I know that some of you had asked that I include this in the presentation in terms of what we've been doing with our smoke shop investigations and inspections in partnering with Fresno PD and other state agencies. We've inspected a total of 121 smoke shops, what we've identified as smoke shops in the city of Fresno. We found illegal cannabis in the vast majority of them, illegal tobacco in the vast majority of them, almost all of them with code violations. We've discovered firearms and other illegal activities such as gambling. PD has calculated over 1,000 calls for service in areas around smoke shops. We've issued so far, since the conception of the CAP program, over $5 million worth of fines. And so these are outstanding fines. These are not fines that we're projecting to collect next year. These are what we've levied so far. Next slide. I know that there's been discussion this year in terms of our rental housing program. I wanted again to thank the mayor for including in his budget $71,000 in software funding to get us to the next level in terms of the inspections that we need to do throughout the city. Next slide. So again, in the mayor's proposed budget, $1.5 million for the eviction protection program. We have outside counsel here who works on these eviction cases, and she's available to answer any questions related to that later if you have any. Next slide. Just some basic stats in terms of the eviction protection program. We've done 2,700 intakes over the lifetime of this program and 326 last year alone. I do want to comment briefly on some of the things that were said during public comment. The organization that was mentioned did not submit an RFP to be a part of this process. I've been in communications with them in ways to partner with them, and if I can just be frank, no pun intended, they just don't have the capacity to do what our team does, and so I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Next slide, please. This is what our civil and criminal cases look like. What I want to point out is the increase in criminal cases. Last fiscal year, we had 255 criminal cases. We are at 537 now, and so that is a big reason for some of the changes that we've made, and I know a big reason for some of the conversations that I've been having with Council President Carbasi and Councilmember Perea in terms of taking on this responsibility. Next slide, please. Just some of our grants: tire amnesty, tire cleanup, wage theft, and tobacco. Just want to point out, in terms of wage theft, we're going to have some carryover from this year into next year, and so that is why the amount is 1.1. Our annual grant is $720,000, and we hope to have that grant again in place next year. Last slide. I know that some of you had asked about possible motions regarding tenant relocation and a possible increase of eviction protection. So I added that to this last slide, but Mayor's proposed budget is $31,619,200. And I'll take any questions.
Good job, City Attorney. Thank you so much. I do have some council members punched up, if you're ready to go. First, we have Councilmember Perea, followed by Councilmember Maxwell. Yeah, Councilmember Maxwell, followed by Councilmember, well, we'll see when he's done.
Good morning, City Attorney.
Good morning, Councilmember.
To make a motion for $20,000 for the tenant relocation program. For my colleagues' edification, these are dollars that are set aside so that when there are health and safety concerns at an apartment complex and that individual needs to be moved while those improvements take place, it is incumbent upon the landlord to pay those relocation fees. That does not always happen. And so we will step in sometimes and pay for accommodations for that person to stay. And I do believe that we seek to recoup some of those costs from the landlord. Have we been successful in that? Because my understanding is that FY 23, we set aside $50,000, but we're currently at zero. So are we recouping cost on this from the landlord?
We're trying. We're mildly successful, but we will continue to pursue any avenues against landlords. Can
you provide me with a memo on which landlords and which agencies have not paid back that fee to the city attorney's office?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. In regards to eviction protection program, I do wish that we had additional funds to put aside this year. $2 million probably would be my ideal number. I feel confident saying 1.5 will get us to at least mid-year, and so I think we should come back and reassess in February and see where things stand at that point. So I feel comfortable with the 1.5 for now, and then we'll see where finances are in February. That's where I stand personally on that.
Thank you.
Remind me and the public again, the advance funding for the rental inspection software, what does that mean? What does that get us?
I'm I'm going to have Chief Assistant City Attorney Erica Camarena come and speak to that.
Hey, good morning, Erica.
Good morning,
Hi.
Council. Currently, well, when the program was built initially, it was built for the first phase of the rental housing inspection program. And so we've been working with ISD regularly for the last couple years to build out the second portion of it.
And break that down just for the public listening in. What does that mean, the phase one?
Okay, so what it essentially means is currently what we, and maybe Pam, you can come up and help. Yeah.
Sorry.
Pam, no, that's okay. Pam is our, when it comes to the technology part of it, what I do know is that in our system, it's not currently in a cella. And so what the goal is to build out the software so that we can connect our case management documents associated with our rental housing program with the billing and accounting. And
Absolutely.
Okay.
go ahead. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Pam.
The original program.
A little closer to the mic, would you please? Thank you.
The original program in phase one was basically to address our rental stock, which we have approximately 85,000 doors that are used as rental properties. So it was to start that program to be sure that the basic health and safety violations were taken care in not only multifamily but single-family homes.
And did phase one address all 85,000 doors?
What we did, the way that the program is set up is it's a percentage.
Sure.
So if it's a duplex, we do 50%.
Okay.
If it's 100 units, we do 10%. So we do a baseline inspection and then we return and do the compliance inspection and move on from there. That has been completed, so we're ready for phase two. The program was not built out for phase two. So
And phase two, can you explain
phase
what that
two
looks like?
would mean basically round two. We're ready to start going back to these properties. The properties that took a little bit more help to get into compliance, of course, will be the first in phase two to be seen this time around. There were quite a few that passed right away, so those will get a longer extension. So that's where we're at right now.
And I'm sure, Pam, we have a lot more doors and units than we did when we kicked this program off about a
Yes,
decade
sir.
ago, right?
Yeah, and Councilmember, just to answer your question, it makes our inspections more efficient. So when our folks are out in the field, they're able in real time to basically notate what they're seeing out there and cross-correlate with whatever we have in our existing system. And we just don't have that capability right now.
Understood. And remind us when that's going to be available to start utilizing?
So we are currently in the process working with ISD. We've identified a company. City manager has found them to be uniquely qualified to do this because they've done this kind of stuff before and are aware of how our system works. And so we're hoping within the next couple months to get this going.
Okay, appreciate that.
Yep.
I don't have any other questions. I will use this as an opportunity for Soapbox because I think you have an amazing team. Obviously, your code enforcement, we give them praise every time that we have an opportunity because they make a huge difference in our neighborhoods each and every single day. We get a lot of positive feedback. The team that you've built up to go after criminal cases, whether that's wage theft or eviction protection or tobacco or copper wire, they're doing a fantastic job, and I know you got some new folks on that as well that I'm looking forward to working with moving forward. Our outside counsel for eviction protection program, I think they are spot on, and I've enjoyed their cooperativeness in all of this. So I just want to say, keep up the good work. I know municipal law was not your background. It was kind of a sink or swim situation, and we threw a bunch of things at you when you came on as city attorney that was kind of outside of the wheelhouse of a city attorney's office, historically speaking. But I think your team is amazing and doing a fantastic job in all aspects. And so I just want to say I appreciate you folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And this doesn't only go to you, but we can't do what we do without your support, and all of you up there have been immensely supportive of everything that we do, so thank you.
Okay, next we have Councilmember Perea, followed by Councilmember Maxwell. Oh, I'm sorry, Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, City Attorney.
Good morning.
I want to start by just noting that we have empowered your department with a lot of additional responsibilities that historically this department has not taken on. And So far, we've had a lot of success with those new initiatives, and so thank you for being open and innovative to doing new things. The CAP program, can you remind us how much money this grant entailed?
So CAP is not a grant, and so that's CAP is basically a partnership that we have with the Attorney General and other state agencies. What you might be alluding to is our tobacco grant, which is approximately 1.4 million over a 3-year period.
1.4.
Yes, and so that is a program that is also through the Attorney General, the Department of Justice. We were one of a few cities in California that was awarded that grant, and per capita, I think we got one of the biggest shares because we just have so many problems here. And I think that our work on CAP, which is related, sort of demonstrated our ability to go out there and do this. And so, and I will also mention that Chief Casto yesterday mentioned that they have an allocation under that grant as well. And so definitely a really good partnership that we have with PD, and we couldn't do it without them.
So the 1.4 million is what we're using to tackle these smoke shops, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think the goal with the ordinance that we recently passed is to hopefully one day not need to throw millions of dollars addressing the issues associated with, commonly associated with this industry. And so it does expire 3 years from when? Or I guess, when is the expiration of that 1.3 million?
So last year was the first year of that grant, and so we would get another 2 fiscal years worth of funding.
Okay. And then I think the other big goal is right now our cannabis retail market could be doing a lot better than what they are currently doing. And
absolutely.
I think that's a big part to the underground black market of cannabis that is still there, and in many cases it does stem from the unregulated smoke shop industry. And so I am really looking forward to seeing the ordinance play out, because I think it's going to address a lot of underlying issues that stem from the unregulated black market of cannabis distribution. Eviction protection, I'm going to follow the lead of my colleague, Councilmember Maxwell, who was one of the original authors who did initiate that program. So if you want to stay at 1.5, council member, and you said revisit, come next year, mid-year? Okay. I'll support that as well. City Attorney, that concludes my questions. Again, thank you to you and your team for being proactive and in some cases reactive to the problems we have here in our city.
Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council Member. Next, we have Council Member Esparza, followed by Council Member Maxwell. I'm just kidding, Arias.
We all look alike. Hey, good morning, City Attorney. I will follow the lead of my colleagues in providing some praise. I think you lead a department that punches well above its weight in all of its functions and capacities, and continues to grow and continues to play a larger role in keeping our community just generally safer, cleaner, and a better place overall. I did have a few questions for you. Residents really appreciate the waste tire amnesty events that are held. How many do you expect to host this next fiscal year? And how many events did we have this past fiscal year?
We do 3 a year, and I can tell you at our last amnesty event was a pretty successful one, 750 tires. The one before that, 485. We've noticed that we are more successful in Central and South Fresno. No offense, Mike, but when we did it in D2, for whatever reason, South Fresno's better. So those are the trends that we're seeing.
Okay, sure. So do you plan to concentrate more down in the southern and central part of the city?
I think so. I mean, that's been working. I believe our next one is going to be in Councilmember Arias' district at Chandler Airport, if he doesn't charge me for being at the airport.
City Attorney, how many, just kind of leading into some of the questions about our smoke shop investigations and inspections, I know there was a question about the grants. When does the current grant that we have expire, the 1.4 over 3 years?
Give me a second.
I know we have I know the 26.
So it's a reimbursable grant that would end in fiscal year 27.
So as a result of it ending in 27, are we or are we not applying for the current tobacco grant that the deadline's in, I think, a few days or a couple weeks?
I intend to continue to apply for as long as the grant is there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the deadline is June 20th for this next one.
Yeah, we're in constant communication with the Department of Justice and some of their deputies. I mean, they send their people out here to see what we're doing, sort of to shadow us to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. So I intend to maintain that relationship going forward.
Sure. So obviously we've passed the smoke shop ordinance. You'll see, the public will see tomorrow. I have an item on next week's agenda to study what the appropriate level of a tobacco retail license fee would be. And so obviously all the fees that are in our master fee schedule are based on costs. So I wanted to ask you, just currently, how many code inspectors are assigned to the tobacco or smoke shop inspection team right now?
So we have three inspectors that are assigned to CAP, which is a different program it's technically a different program than the smoke shop ones. How many we have? We have two assigned to the smoke shop grant component.
And 3 assigned to CAP, 3 separate folks.
Correct.
Okay.
2 different teams, and we have to keep them separate for various legal reasons.
Sure. Well, grants and such. And those are all FTEs dedicated to that function?
Correct, 100%.
Okay. Do we have any plans to add more inspectors to the smoke shop inspection team to get their inspections at a higher rate? Or do you think it's been pretty sufficient?
To be honest with you, I think it's sufficient what we're doing now. We would need to significantly ramp up if we wanted to ramp up, and that would require additional resources for PD too. The thing that we have to keep in mind is that we are limited in terms of what we can do with inspections because of state resources, right? We rely on the Attorney General's office, other state agencies to partner with us to go out, and so we would need them to ramp up as well too. And so obviously those are conversations we can have going forward, but to answer your question, I think that we're pretty solid where we're at now.
Okay, well, we'll continue this conversation as we explore the next steps of legislation and the next steps of what a license fee might look like and the fee schedule and what those costs would be and what level of service we want to perform at going forward beyond where we are today. So those are all my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Council President. City Attorney, do we pursue placing liens on properties for folks who are not paying their fines?
Yes.
Is that taking place across the board in the $5 million number that you provided us today?
Yes, we're going to use the same process for everybody.
Okay. And remind me, there's been some references during the smoke shop debate that we are only targeting smoke shops for inspection. My recollection is that this body funded and your team has been doing proactive inspections of everyone who has an alcohol conditional use permit as part of the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act policy that we passed a few years ago. Can you provide us a quick update on how many of those establishments have been inspected, and are we done now with the inspection of all the establishments?
Do you want that in a memo or you want that right now?
In a memo's fine.
Okay, and I can just say that we do go into other establishments, not just smoke shops. We've gone into grocery stores, we've gone into gas stations, and so those characterizations are incorrect, to your point.
So it's essentially a sale of tobacco that triggers an inspection. It's not just the definition of a smoke shop.
Correct, and a lot of it is complaint-based as well, so.
Okay. I understood the conversation on the EPP program, And I support my colleague's position of 1.5 is good for now, but I'm also concerned that the message to the public would be that somehow City Attorney's Office would not accept all cases coming forward because of the potential for the money to run out. So I want to make a motion that addresses the EPP request for an additional $500,000. My motion is to allocate up to $500,000 in additional funds to EPP from the upcoming carryover budget, contingent that it is needed and that the money is available. That way, your team knows that you potentially have the capacity for $2 million of operational funds.
Second.
That final decision will be in February whenever we take on the carryover.
Could you just clarify carryover from just overall carryover?
Overall carryover.
Not carryover from my budget, okay.
Overall carryover. So we'll put EPP in the queue for carryover funds come January and February, which by then we would know whether it's needed and available.
Mayor said my budget, so.
Yeah. Well, it's a negotiation, Mayor. It's a negotiation. It might come from, community outreach. My other questions for you, City Attorney, is there anything else that you all need in the world of code enforcement? And specifically, what I'm seeking to flesh out is around the upcoming implementation of food vendor fines, which is effective July 1st. You guys have been focused the last 6 months in doing proactive education, workshops, informing people. Are we prepared to take on the enforcement in the evenings and weekends in your budget as allocated or as proposed? I'll do this, City Attorney. Why don't you get back to me on that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we could always use more resources, but I will get back to you on
Get back to me
specific
specifically the request, and the question is, in the proposed budget, how many weekdays, evenings, and weekends are we anticipating to be able to execute around mobile food vending enforcement? And that would feed whether we have to make a motion for additional dollars.
Okay, so just specifically mobile food vending.
Yes, after hours, because that is the time that vendors are out, and on the weekends.
Would that include like special events, like?
Correct.
Okay.
So you just tell me what you're proposing to staff at this point with the proposed budget and see what gaps, if any, we have to fill.
Thank
All
you.
right. And last point I'll make, City Attorney, is, as been mentioned by Member Pereira, we've empowered you with more authority and responsibility to prosecute criminal, crimes in the city. And given that, in my view, we have picked up the historic and traditional responsibility of the District Attorney's Office in the county, I'm going to be very, very vigilant to make sure that we don't continue to double pay the county for prosecution or enforcement or, incarceration cost, because we're already picking up some of their slack on the prosecution side. So I'm going to continue to be very vigilant on any agenda item that comes forward, irrespective of what department, that essentially puts the Fresno taxpayer on the hook to pay twice for a service that we already pay for in a tax sharing agreement. That's all my comments. Thank you, Council.
Okay. So no other speakers punched up. I do have some comments at this time. City Attorney, I can tell you that you're doing a good job and your department's doing a good job, but that wouldn't do it justice. I mean, the level of quality of life that your department improves, whether it's through EPP, whether it's through inspections, whether it's through code enforcement, makes a big difference. So when it comes to us providing good customer service, whether it's the administration or the council, your department is essential to that process. So I really do applaud you for what you've done. You're doing a great job, Andrew. So one of the areas I'm focusing on in your presentation is this issue of criminal cases. Now, we are partnering with the county on copper wire theft. Councilmember Maxwell led the charge on wage theft. One thing that I've mentioned before that Councilmember Pereira and I have spoken about a lot are it's porch piracy, it's, there's those property crimes, which they call petty crimes. But it's really, really hard for me to get residents that reach out and say, do something about it, please help me, and we can't do anything about it. And the bad thing is I've told them that so many times, they don't even call me anymore. And that really scares me as an elected. So, I think it's not about duplicating services. These are misdemeanors. They're really smaller level crimes, but I call them gateway crimes. I want to make sure we're doing our part. So we have actually hired more staff recently when it comes to these misdemeanor criminal prosecutions. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
And then one slide here, I think it was slide 9, if we can go to that really quick.
Yes.
It said active criminal cases. June of this year versus last year, we're almost double, I believe, is what it shows.
Correct. And I will also note that these are open cases. And we have more cases that are on warrant status as well, at least 1,000. So, yeah, this is a very modest number compared to the overall.
And we've done a lot, especially with our new supervisors, to really do cross-collaboration with the county. And I don't think it's about duplicating services. I think it's about us doing what's in our wheelhouse and helping out.
Right.
So,
I mean, in other large cities, it's typical that the city attorney handles misdemeanor cases, and the DA, rightfully so, would focus on violent crimes.
Which they do a very good job at.
They do a very good job.
Okay. So one thing I want to talk to you about, so you have some new attorneys. We've met them. You brought them to the council. If we have this new unit that you've created, they would need support staff, wouldn't they? Especially with this volume. Whether I don't know how it works. Could be a paralegal, could be an assistant. What would they need?
No, you're right. I mean, it's essentially support staff, and so this also relates to our civil litigation unit as well. A big driver of why we send cases outside is we just don't have the support staff to take on some of these complex cases, both on criminal and civil side. And that's the point I want to get at, because there's some cost savings there potentially. If we do it in-house, we have a little bit more control. It's local. Correct. But we could also potentially save dollars that go to outside counsel that if we did it internally. But Correct. It just requires a little upfront investment, I'm guessing. Correct. Now, do you have enough vacant positions that you can kind of move around, or do we have to create new positions? We would have to create new positions. I mean, we have 10 vacancies. I think most of those are actually inspectors and whatnot in code enforcement. But there's an intent to fill those? Oh, yes, absolutely. How many positions would we have to create for this division? I would say at least 4 positions, support staff positions. Okay. Ideally 5, adding an attorney, but... Right. Now, what is the, this might be an administration question, what is the proper method, and it's been a while, if we need to create positions? There's funding's one issue, but the creation of the positions is another issue.
It would be, as part of the budget enabling documents, there's the PAR, the position authorization resolution, so there would need to be a motion made to add a PCN, a position so that we can make sure that we include it in the PAR. And we need to know what the position is, right, TJ? Okay, yes. Okay. And you wouldn't need to do that as part of your motion today if you want to make a motion. We could figure that out later. I think I can do it today. I have a general idea. We can always, because we can always come back and amend it later. Sure. But if you have a suggestion, I'm open to your suggestion, City Manager. I do think we would need some sort of motion because it's if the position is not currently in the proposed budget, we need to officially find a way to include it as part of the enabling document. So, Andrew, are you thinking something different? No. I think that we definitely do need a motion, but I'm just saying I don't need to identify paralegal at $60,000 or whatever. You don't need to do it at the salary level, but you do need to do what the position is. So you would say one paralegal in what division? I'll make my motion big enough to where we can add to it. Okay. Thank you. I might just add, we could put, if it's not a created position, you could add it as a placeholder position. Okay. All right. But we have to have a job classification. Got it. Okay, I'll have you guys work that out. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a now there are startup costs for that as well. So my motion might sound like a lot, but this is more of a part of it is one-time expenses for equipment and things we may need. Right. We have to think about space too. So just heads up. I want to ask you about that too in a moment. So I'm going to make a motion to add $500,000 to the city attorney's office to fund the creation of an in-house prosecution and litigation unit. Second. Thank you. As part of that motion, or do you want a separate motion on the positions? As part of that motion,
will be to add to the PCN for 4 new positions, but details to be determined between personnel or administration and the city attorney's office.
One other thing that would be helpful is if we knew if they were general fund or grant funded, because those are classified differently.
At this time, they'll be general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, the other thing to consider, we don't know that yet, but there will be some cost savings as a result of this too, because we will eventually, once we get off the ground, we wouldn't be using outside counsel. So at some point, that will be a factor. But we'll deal with that later. And again, this is so we can properly answer the public when they complain about the issues we're having with not being able to go after some of these gateway crimes. Okay. The other thing I want to add is we've had some media coverage on elections, election integrity, and that's one area I'd like you to elaborate a little bit on what we can do as a city, because we do, through the city clerk, I mean, we have elections here citywide, whether council elections, mayoral election, potentially measures, things like that.
Yeah, so with the controversy that occurred earlier this spring, my staff and the city clerk have been in discussions in terms of perhaps creating policy that would prevent some of the controversy that happened. And so we would be happy to share our thoughts with you on that in a memo. Okay. But in terms of what we can do, there are areas, and I'll just use this last controversy as an example, where sometimes the FPPC and the city have concurrent jurisdiction over certain election controversies, which is what we saw here.
And I figure they take more time to respond, whereas we can be in more real time. I mean, this is my assumption. Not that there's anything wrong with the FPPC. It's just they just have a
correct. And
there are
certain things that they won't even touch because our campaign contribution limits are different from theirs as well. And so, under the charter, the council basically designates someone at the city. I've interpreted it to be the city attorney to handle those matters because FPPC won't do it.
Okay. So I'm not going to create new positions for this one, but I'm going to make a motion to add $120,000 to the CAO office to create a municipal transparency and election integrity unit.
Second.
Thank you. So I think, hopefully we didn't break the budget there. Close, huh? Okay, close. Yeah, well, tired of telling people, I hear you. I'm really tired of telling people I can't do my job, and my job, I've got to be able to do it. So this is what it's going to take. But I hear you. We'll figure it out. Office space. So
I want to talk to the city man. We haven't had a chance to talk, see if there's something.
Okay, we'll hold off on that portion. Okay, thank you. And again, just as a reminder, how many, right now, how many employees do we have in the CAO's office, including code enforcement, that provide services to all our departments in the city? 188. Okay, it's a big department.
Yeah, and we're busting at the seams like everyone else is. City manager's been great in terms of identifying extra space on the 3rd floor for us. So just want to say thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. I have Councilmember Richardson next.
Yeah, City Attorney, just to touch on the Council President's last point. There's a difference between FPPC guidelines and state election law and Fresno Municipal Code, correct?
Generally correct. They've basically said that they won't touch anything having to do with contribution limits because our rules are different than theirs.
Fine. After the last election, after I think the last 2 or 3 elections, we've had signs, campaign signs, still up all over District 6, and I'd imagine if they're in my district, they're in other districts as well. We got to crack down on that. What do you need from us to crack down on that? Because I know they've been reported. Is there hesitance to go after the campaigns or former campaigns of some of these candidates? Is it a lack of manpower? Is it a lack of will? Is it it's not a big deal?
So just keep in mind that we try to be as proactive as we can. Most of the campaign sign issues are complaint based. So if any council member or any of your staff sees an illegal sign or what you think to be an illegal sign, we will go out and take care of it. Just keep in mind that we'll take away from some of the other things that we're doing. But The other challenge is that sometimes those signs are on private property, and so there are certain First Amendment rights for folks in terms of private property. But when we see something on public property, we try to be proactive and take those down.
If it says specifically it was funded and paid for with an FPPC number and it's on private property, but it's still a giant 4x8 or larger sign, that should still be taken down.
Correct.
Under campaign law, correct?
It should be taken down,
So the
yes.
2 giant 4x8 Radonovich signs I've had up outside my complex for the last 10 months, even though that campaign was over in November, should probably come down.
Are they the small ones that are on the lampposts?
No, they are the giant 4x8 signs.
Okay, let me take a look. What was the location?
The southwest corner of Willow and Spruce.
Okay. And please, I'm happy to forward me any illegal campaign signs. We'll take a look.
Thanks.
Thank you, City Attorney. Any other council members have any questions or comments? Okay, there being none, thank you so much. We're going to move on to general city purpose.
Good morning, Council President Carbasi.
Thank you.
Council, Mayor, and my colleagues. I am happy to present the last 3 departments for our budget hearings for this week. The first is general city purpose. And as you can see, our proposed budget is higher than last year's. This department is mainly for 2 areas. It's for the retirement systems and for debt service. And then we also have one other area that I'll talk about in a future slide. I want to mention that the retirement office did request 3 additional positions. Again, I'll discuss those on the next slide. And I also want to just point out that our non-PERS line item of over $13,000 is mainly due to the city's debt service. And as you can see, that number is slightly improved from last year. For the budgeted positions, the change of 2.75 is for the 3 positions that the retirement office has requested. I want to mention that our chief of the retirement systems, our administrator, Mr. Robert Theller, is in the audience, as well as Kathleen Riley, the assistant, and Yvonne Timberlake and Alberto Magallanes. And they're here, of course, to support and also answer any questions that you may have. The 3 positions
City
were...
Manager,
Oh, yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, one quick question. Is there any other board members of the retirement system present today?
Yes, the vice chair of the police and fire system, the fire and police system, pardon me, Don Gross, is also in the audience.
Thank you.
And if there's anyone else that I failed to mention, I apologize, but I did notice Don, and in fact, I think Don will have some comments as well. I'll hand it off to him in just a minute. The 3 positions are listed here in the notes, and after deliberations at the both retirement systems, it was unanimously approved to request these positions for the administration of the Retirement and Benefits Office. Moving on, this is just an overview of some operational impacts. As we've discussed, and I've said many times now, the main purpose of the GCP is for debt service and for retirements, but we are also addressing a portion of the actuarial liabilities for certain self-insurance funds, as we've listed here. And that is all I have for this department, but we can either have Don make a statement, or you can ask him some questions regarding an additional request that was provided to the council earlier this year.
Got it. Thank you so much. Ruthie, great job. I have no council members punched up at this time. Anyone wishing to comment? Council Vice President?
Assistant City Manager.
Okay.
When would be the appropriate time to ask questions about the vacancies and the request from the retirement system?
Right now would be the most appropriate, yes.
So who would be the person to answer those questions?
Mr. Theller, I believe, would be the most appropriate.
Come on down.
Council President, council members, how can I help?
Is the appropriate way to address you, Director?
Administrator.
Administrator? Okay.
Or Rob.
Just want to make sure. I'm used to saying Director and Assistant City Manager. My understanding is you're asking for additional positions in your proposal?
Yes, sir.
How many positions are you requesting?
3.
3. How many vacancies do you have?
We have one at the moment,
One. What vacancy is it?
benefits counselor.
Benefits counselor. And what's the rationale for the 3 additional positions?
The benefits counseling has gotten more complicated, also increased in number. The financial position or the accountant position is because the retirement reporting is getting more complicated. The investment officer, the assistant chief investment officer is because the investments over the last 10 years have gotten much more complicated and much more in depth, and the assets under management have gone up almost twice.
Your total number of positions are how many?
19 at the moment.
19. And you're proposing 3 additional ones on top of 19?
Yes, sir, 3.
Is there any positions you're planning to eliminate, to consolidate, to are no longer necessary, or some of these positions would absorb the responsibilities?
No, sir.
So this is just a straight addition?
These are 3 additional positions, yes.
Okay. Who would be the person that can address the questions around adjusting the compensation level of your role?
Not me.
So who would that be?
I believe Don Gross, about the adjustments and compensation questions. Would that be you, Don?
Thank you, Administrator. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council President, Council members, City Manager, and I believe I saw the Mayor somewhere back there. Councilmember Arias, what can I answer for you?
If I may, what's your day job?
My day job, I was here yesterday in uniform. I'm a captain for the Fresno Police Department over the Northeast District.
How long have you been on the pension board?
I've been on the pension board approximately 6 years.
Yeah. Are you continuing for the next term? I don't know how your terms work.
I'm actually planning on enjoying our retirement system in another year or so, so I'm requesting to step down so that another person can be appointed and I can be a reference for them.
Who's the appointing authority?
There's not a term. He's a mayoral appointment. Okay. So the mayor can appoint at any time and confirmed by the council.
Are all the board of directors appointed the same way?
The mayoral, there's a labor group representation who appoint their own members, but the mayoral appointments for the management members, we have 1 police management, 1 fire management, and then we have 2 management, which are Ruthie and Caleb Neufeld.
And do those appointments, any of them have term limits, or is just ongoing until you retire?
No term limits that I'm aware of.
They're at the pleasure of the mayor.
All of them?
No, the appointeds are. The electeds are, I believe, every 2 years elected by the labor groups.
Okay. The rationale for you guys requesting a significant increase in the compensation of the administrative role, as I read your correspondence, you're arguing that in order to retain and attract administrators, you want to increase the compensation by how much?
Well, I don't know what the amount is. I can tell you the range is from 240 to, I believe, 350. That's what the memo stated. And that was not a number that we just pulled out of the air. We hired an administrator or a consultant, DCI Consulting. That was done through a subcommittee of both boards, the Fire and Police and the Employees Board. As a matter of fact, our vice chair, who's wearing a different hat this morning, Ruthie Quinta, was part of that board. That we hired this consultant to give us an idea of what a retirement administrator in the state of California should be paid. Again, none of us have experience or expertise in that arena. And what they did is they did a statewide research, as you've read in the memo there, and they concluded based on cost of living and a multitude of other factors that that would be the appropriate salary range for a person that we would be trying to recruit. Understanding that earlier this year, our retirement administrator announced his intent to retire at the end of 2025.
So cost of living in Fresno or cost of living in San Francisco?
Cost of living in Fresno. If you look at I believe it's the second to last page of that memo, the included report, they took into account and they factored in cost of living in all respective areas.
How long has the current administrator been in place?
I believe over 10 years, but I'm not sure, sir.
So it's fair to say that for the last 10 years, compensation has been a challenge to keep administration present, right?
I think that's been a question that you have all answered for a multitude of departments, but yes, in this department as well.
Okay, so usually when folks present that we should increase compensation, is because we have a vacancy problem and we have multiple failed search problem. And compensation turns to be one of the ways to address that.
Correct.
In this case, you've had an administrator for a decade.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't lost them.
Not yet.
You don't have retirement. It's a retirement, right? People retire.
Correct.
Have you had an open search process?
We are beginning that, and that is why we are coming now as the board to ask for that change in budget for next year, understanding that when we go out for this recruitment process, if we are not competitive in what the salary range is, the ability to attract someone will be very difficult.
But at this point, you don't have any evidence that compensation is an obstacle to attract somebody for the position, correct?
Just the report that DCI prepared for us telling us that our compensation was too low.
Which is a similar report that we have for every labor group that informs us that we need to raise salaries across the board because to be competitive, to attract, things of that nature. But there is no, on your other vacancies, have you had a problem filling any of the vacancies? I know you have one currently.
Board itself does not necessarily get into the weeds as far as hiring, but I know that that's been an issue as far as boards, both statewide and nationwide. The problem that most retirement systems have is that specific type of knowledge that folks that work for systems have is very specific and it's very highly prized, and so we get competition with private industry as well as other systems.
But the position specifically that's vacant right now, have you declared a failed search because you've been unable to secure an applicant that you've identified and offered a job to, or is it simply that you have not gone through a process of filling that position?
I don't know the answer to that, sir. Administrator Theller may.
Okay. Assistant City Manager, does anybody is this a failed search situation, or is it just we haven't gotten to the hiring process yet?
We have not gone through the hiring process yet. So
Okay.
it's not a failed search. And I would say, to Rob Deller's credit, he does have a good succession plan for all of the management positions, and we haven't experienced any vacancies in some time.
Okay.
He's very good at filling them.
Thank you. Does the system still currently sublease or office space in downtown Fresno? Are you generating revenue from that?
Yes.
Is your intention to continue subleasing and generating revenue, or to push out the subleasing for the additional bodies that you propose to hire?
I believe these 3 bodies can be accommodated in the current office space that's available on the second floor of the building. We did have a conversation at our last meeting where, in fact, I asked for some additional information about the trends of staff growing and the trend of compared to how the retirement system service level is growing, how many retirees we're serving. And so we're looking forward to getting that information. But any other specifics on the operation in that manner, I certainly would ask Mr. Thaler to respond if you have more.
Sure. My understanding is that you guys still allow remote work. Is that the case?
Again, I think I'm going to hand it over to Rob, but he's saying thumbs up. Yes, they do.
Okay, so not everybody needs a physical space in that building.
They do have physical spaces in the building, but they're not there every day.
So I'll just conclude my comments with this. As you all know, we're in a significant financial dire situation, and it's no secret that there's some, pending issues around pension obligation funds and things of that nature. And we've asked all the departments to take a 5% cut. Is your operation also taking a 5% cut, or is this 3 new positions would be on top of that?
I believe, sir, and correct me if I'm wrong.
You can speak to the microphone.
Sorry. I believe, sir, that the general fund does not pay for retirement staff.
I understand
Retirement
that.
staff comes out of retirement funding.
Correct.
So
And
all
the
of
general fund pays into the retirement fund.
Well, they pay an obligation, yes, sir.
Correct.
But the system manages itself as far as all of those things. So any of the additional positions or raises would not be coming out of any
I
city
understand.
general fund.
It wouldn't come out from our general fund immediately. It would come out indirectly in the form of pension obligation contributions. So my question to you is, every public agency is engaging in reduction of staffing positions and reduction of expenditures.
Except for fire and, yes.
Is your operation proposing a reduction, or are these 3 additional positions a
No, sir,
growing of the
those
agency?
3 additional would be additional to what we currently have.
Okay. What is the total cost of those 3 additional positions?
I might have to ask the budget office to get me an exact number.
Approximation would work.
Approximation would work.
Yeah, are these secretary positions that pay $40,000, or are these?
No, they're not. They're higher level paid positions than that. In fact, the deputy chief investment officer position would be all in the range of 250 to 300,000, likely all in, fully loaded.
Okay.
The other 3 positions are 2 positions I'm not as familiar with, but I would put them in the range of 100 to 150,000.
Ruthie, what positions were those? I'm looking at the salary reso.
The other positions are listed on slide 2. Sorry, or slide 3, pardon me. A senior retirement counselor and a senior accountant auditor.
Oh, those were 2 brand-new classifications, right, TJ? No? I'm not seeing that on the salary reso. Senior retirement. Okay, we'll have to get back.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing that on the...
Yeah, I was basing the estimate, pardon me, city manager, I was basing the estimate on just generally speaking where a senior accountant auditor, which we do have that classification, is, and the retirement counselor would probably be in the same range.
City manager and assistant city manager, I'll just make that a request for information if you can provide us a total cost of those 3 additional positions. And so I'm hesitant to sign off on the additional positions on a few fronts. One is the record is clear that there are yet to have any direct evidence that compensation is an obstacle for filling these positions. 2, as I noted, we're asking every department to reduce its expenditures given our financial constraints. And 3rd, in my experience in the interaction with the pension system, which is very limited to a few years ago, the pension system's attempt to expand their physical footprint of office space at the expense of the only Medi-Cal provider for emergency dental services connected to the downtown hospital. In that interaction, it was clear to me that the culture of the pension system was, we're big, we're bad, we do our own thing, and we answer to no one around what expenses and how big our office footprint is. It was not, I would mirror that to how we used to have a relationship with the airport where they felt they answered to no one. We just are responsible for paying the bill. You're absolutely right, Vice Chair, that your pension system funds these positions, but ultimately it depends on the general fund to pay for those obligations downstream. And so I'm hesitant to do that today and in this budget process because I have yet to see the evidence. If you had a failed search for a replacement, a failed search for these 3 positions, then we would give you, I think, the courtesy of other departments to say, let's pay our 911 dispatchers more money because we can't fill the positions. Let's pay our officers more money because we're having a recruitment challenge. In this case, that's not there yet, so I'm hesitant to do that proactively. Those are my questions. Thank you for your time.
Just to respond, council member, I appreciate what you're saying when the culture appears to someone else to be something that's not positive. Last meeting, as a matter of fact, we met with the representative of the downstairs dental lab, and to reiterate, they still have 2 more extensions on their lease, so we're not looking at them moving anywhere for another 5 years minimum. And we've also offered to them to ensure that we are good partners and neighbors as well, to go through a process to determine what space they need versus what space we need, with the intent that at some point we probably will need to utilize that space. But the idea is to make sure that they have a plan mapped out and we have a plan for what that property will be, which was the intent when it was purchased however many years ago. So we want to work as good partners. We certainly do not want to be perceived that way.
And I appreciate that. The only thing I would just reemphasize is the city of Fresno put a bus stop in front of your building, not for the purpose of your pension employees, because they don't take the bus to get there. Correct. But for the purpose of all the Medi-Cal patients that receive emergency surgery at that location. So we've made significant offsite investments for the purpose of it. The revenue that you get from the sublease also offsets any future costs that you have to pass on to our, city in the form of pension obligations. So in the world of, if you're clearly still allowing remote work, then why do we need to have, revenue leaving the retirement system if you're clearly able to do most of this work in remote work, especially years after the pandemic has been concluded? Sure. So just my thoughts, but I'm not in your pension board, so I trust other people to have these conversations.
Thank you for allowing us to.
Thank you. I do have some questions, but I have no other council members punched up. Okay. I might be a little repetitive, but I have a little, I wrote some of my notes down, so hopefully it'll make some sense. Okay. So right now the staff size is 19. They're requesting 3 new positions, correct? Okay.
Yes.
And are these new positions that are created, or are these augmenting additional positions? What were the job titles? There was an...
They're new positions.
Okay.
The first job title is a Deputy Chief Investment Officer.
Okay.
A Senior Accountant Auditor.
Okay.
And a Senior Retirements Counselor.
Got it. That helps. Thank you so much. Which is that question and that question. Now, this might sound impertinent, although it is public knowledge. It's not meant to be that way, but I'm going to ask, what is the current salary of the administrator? Just that position itself.
I'm sorry that I don't have
I'm
that
sorry.
off the top of my head,
You
and I
guys are
hate
on
to
the
put
board
them
and
on
you
the
don't know the answer
spot.
to that.
We
How
are,
much you're paying your
I don't know
administrator?
exactly what it is, but I believe it's at the highest of his range. If you could please let me know what the range is.
We're having apologies, we're having a little bit of internal discussions here because there currently is no such position entitled Senior Retirement Counselor. So we're trying to figure out, because it shouldn't have gone into the budget that way. It should have, if it was if that's a working title by utilizing a different class.
We have retirements counselors now. And
Okay, I apologize. I must not have the right salary resolution. Oh, I apologize. I was looking at the wrong labor unit. My apologies. I was wrong. So the senior retirement counselor are steps. It is a represented position by CFPEA, and they are steps. So the starts at 72.73, then 76.41, 80.19, 84.19, and 88.41 is the E step at the top range. I apologize. I was looking at Unit 2.
Someone do the 88 annualized, please, the lowest and the highest annualized?
My question was for the actual admin.
I understand.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yes, Council President. Yes, we were just taking it one by one. But the question that was most recently asked, City Manager, was what is the current salary of the retirements administrator? And he is at the top of the range for his classification.
It's about 106, 100 for the record.
No.
Hold on.
We wish.
Okay, that's Unit 2, so I've got that one.
If
Retirement administrator tops out at $22,589 a month, which is 22,589 times 12, 271,068.
Now, is it my understanding that is being requested to be increased? Is that correct?
Correct, the range.
Okay. So if the range increases, that means your board can decide to raise it. What is the request that salary?
The range is 240.
In the microphone, please, Don.
So he's topped out. The current administrator is topped out.
Correct.
And this also can affect the next administrator too, of course. What would the new range be and the top of that?
The new range that we are requesting is $240,000 on the bottom end and $350,000 on the top end.
So you want to go, right now the top end is 270. You want to go to 350.
Correct.
How much does the governor of California make?
I also do not know that
Give me
number,
a second.
sir.
Thank goodness for Google.
Well, if it was...
The governor of California makes $242,000. I'm just curious, as vice chair, do you think it's appropriate that the administrator of a retirement system that's well-funded gets more money than the governor of the 5th largest economy in the world?
I do, sir. Because
Can you justify that to me?
Absolutely,
That'd be really
because
great.
the retirement administrator of San Francisco is making $650,000.
Thank goodness Fresno is not San Francisco.
I agree with you 100%.
So you're telling me you don't feel that given the cost of living here and the quality of life here and having a great mayor like Jerry Dyer, somebody wouldn't want to move here and they would actually do it at the current salary range that you want to make it $350,000 potentially?
I'm telling you that I am not a good gauge of that, which is
understand.
why we hired DCI,
Right.
and that company came back with those numbers, which is what we are recommending, sir.
I understand. Yeah, it's just, it's hard, because let me ask this question, city manager.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Who gets at that level at 350? And I get it, it's not general fund money, it's retirement fund money, but it comes from the general fund at some point. Does anybody, who makes more money than the $350,000 right now?
Then 350,000, nobody.
So
I believe I am the highest, I'm E1, which is the highest salary range, and mine currently in the fiscal 25 tops out at 308,616.
And you also oversee 5,000 employees, city manager, and probably one of the hardest working person I've known in this building.
I am at the top of the range in transparency, but it does top out at 308,616.
So $350,000 for overseeing potentially 22 employees. I'm just trying to, I understand what DCI says, but look at the public perspective of that.
No, I completely understand, and you are correct. That's for 21 or 19 employees, depending on what the council decides, as well as a system that's right now valued at $4.1 billion.
And that is actually a great thing. We're not CalPERS, thank goodness that it's
But that's an
better
immense
position.
responsibility to
Sure
ensure
it
that
is.
it stays there and stays that way as many years as we will all be hopefully retiring from.
Council President, if I can have city manager, what is our current total budget?
Our current, about $2 billion.
Thank you.
2.3 billion, Mayor
yeah.
corrected me.
So a couple more questions now. Again, you're the expert, I'm not on this. If I'm going to retire from the city, and the council members, we don't get a pension, but if we were to retire, based on how many years you work, when you're vested, is it the top 3 years that factor into what your annual monthly payments will be? Is that correct, roughly?
That is correct on the police and fire side. I believe it is also correct on the employee side.
Well, now,
correct.
Is the administrator, just the position itself, is that funded through the retirement? Do they also get a retirement through the retirement system, or do they have their own?
Through the retirement system.
So then, when the current administrator retires, he will be paid as appropriately. That's just the way it works. My question is, are you planning on raising his salary before he retires? Is this part of why you're asking for this? Because if he's going to be retiring soon, to do this now to set up a future retirement, that's a bit of a concern.
Completely agree. No, his salary is determined by his review, and that is conducted at the end of the year. So I have no intention, and I can only speak as myself as a board member, of changing any of those things currently.
Well, I have no reason to believe he's doing a bad job. It seems like things are going well. So I'm assuming you would raise his salary. But my concern is you're coming to us with this. Why don't you come to us with this when you're closer to having to get a new administrator?
We absolutely can do that. What we're attempting to do as the board is to ensure that we have a competitive ability when we go out for that RF or request for proposals from people. We want to make sure that we are competitive. If not, we'll be doing this process multiple times over, and we will be working with an interim administrator until we can hire somebody that meets those standards.
And typically, I'm assuming with an interim administrator, we did this recently with COG. The interim administrator wasn't making quite what they made once they got the position, so there's a little bit of a salary. Sure. So you don't think you can use the current range for an interim person?
We can do whatever the city allows us to do. As a board, our responsibility is to try and find and try and make sure that we are being good fiduciaries of the system's funding as well. So what we're trying to do is plan for this eventuality at the end of this year.
Okay. We could always then have it go into effect maybe next year if we were to approve it or whatever. Okay. Mm-hmm. Couple questions. So just for the purposes of the budget, just to be clear, as a part of the budget document administration, what is being asked of us? New positions and what else?
The new positions and to amend the salary, one of the enabling documents will be the fiscal 26 salary resolution, and they're requesting that we amend the salary range for the retirement administrator position.
What would happen if we just said, no, we're not going to do any of that? Do we have that right? Or are we by law required to do it?
I'll have to defer to the attorney's office, but the council, the salary resolution, you cannot pay above our salary resolution within our city government unless the city attorney disagrees with me. We are only allowed to pay within what is in the salary resolution.
Okay, I don't know if we need a memo on that. I just want to make sure. Are we legally required to say yes to all the requests?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Council President, that's why we're asking.
No, I understand, but sometimes we're asked as a formality and we have to by law do certain things. That's why I want to make sure, and I appreciate that. My other question would be, they did. The current pay was $271,068. Is that correct? That's the question?
Yes.
So the board is made up of how many members?
There is.
I know there's a couple. There's the fire. And,
correct. I believe it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5.
Okay, 5 and 5. And just to be clear for the public, who gets to appoint who's on the board?
The mayor's office gets to appoint one for police, one for fire.
Got it.
The employee groups appoint one, and then there is a fifth person that is a person at large, if you will, that's not a member of the system.
That's the police and fire board. And then on the employees board, same thing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So the person at large, how is that person selected?
I believe it's an agreement between both the city and
the other board members.
I just want to be clear. The city council has no ability to be able to vet and put people on these boards.
You do via the 2 mayoral appointments are confirmed by the council. They come to the council agenda. So when Ruthie and Caleb were appointed to the employees board, it came before this body for confirmation. When and it could have been before this council's time because Dawn's been on for a long time. But when Dawn, and then most recently, it is Larry French from the fire department, that was appointed by the mayor and brought before this board for confirmation.
Okay.
And you will shortly be replacing me.
Well, I don't want to do that.
I would like to retire, sir.
There will be an appointment coming.
That's going to
shortly.
be rough for us. That's not good. Because you've been serving how long?
6 years.
Yeah, it's hard to lose people with that level of time and knowledge. I ask because there's only so many opportunities we get to actually have public oversight. Not that there's reason why there's layers, so we can just verify. But I know I'm going to get someone in my community. People are really worried about inflation. They're going to ask me, why is somebody connected with the city making potentially $350,000? It's hard to justify that. And I don't envy your job doing that. But the thing is, nobody in the city knows, with all due respect, they know you as a captain. They don't know you as a board member on this retirement board. Correct. But they know myself and the council members and the city manager and the mayor. So we hear about it. So those are all my questions. I really appreciate your patience. There's a reason why you're a police captain.
Thank you, and really from the bottom of my heart, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be here. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to explain a lot of those decisions that have to be made, sometimes in closed session behind a board. It's very difficult. While you have the public to respond to, I have everybody that I've worked with for 34 years to respond to and explain why we're doing what we're doing. So thank you for the understanding. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, fair enough. Thank you. Council Vice President punched up.
Sure. I just want to try to summarize this from my own understanding. In your day job, we expected and required, and as a result, took several years of you guys struggling to hire dispatchers before we went ahead and increased that salary beyond what was already in the labor negotiation contract. Our history has been to make those adjustments when there's evidence, and typically several years of evidence of a hard-to-fill situation. In this case, you're asking us to authorize $80,000 more a year for one person in anticipation of a potential problem of recruitment and retention. Given the fiscal environment we're in, I don't think we can afford to simply hand out nearly $100,000 more on a potential recruitment problem until you provide us the evidence of an actual problem. That's how we've held every department to that standard. And I think this is our kind of fork in the road. You know, and I appreciate what the consultants have said, but we have consultant reports that tell us to give our city manager $500,000 a year. And we've said no, because this is in San Francisco or Sacramento, it's Fresno, and we can't afford to pay people $500,000 a year. So I appreciate your patience, and as the president said, your skills as an officer in de-escalating clearly have come into play today, because things could have gone a lot worse, and we could have gotten to the old days of throwing paper at each other.
We're not doing that.
You know, slamming our hands on desk during conversations, which I think has been part of what got us here. So I do appreciate your approach.
Thank you. And I understand you have a fiduciary responsibility for the city, and I certainly don't envy that, because watching what you have to do and the decisions you have to make are, obviously, I have beliefs from my day job about what those funding should be for, and I respect the fact that you do as well. And that's all we're trying to do as a board, is we're looking at where the pay actually comes from, which is the board, not general fund. You're very correct down the road. There is a fraction of that which becomes a pension obligation, but that's a fraction. What we're looking at as board members is trying to make sure that we have the ability to retain an individual of the caliber that we think we need for the city of Fresno, because I truly do believe, and you have made it very clear, that we should have the best and brightest.
Yeah. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Council Vice President, it's very fiscally conservative of you.
Did you punch up city manager? I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I just want, just to put you in, you know, we do, as you've mentioned, I can't remember which council member, doing salary comparisons. And we looked at city manager salaries. And as I shared with you, my base salary, I think, is currently at the top of the range, the 308. And just for comparison purposes, when we do a comparison, I'm going to do it by population of our transparent cities. I apologize. I'm not going to do it that way. San Jose, this is pay including, this is full pay, $425. Sacramento, $392. San Diego, $379. Anaheim, $368. Stockton, $361. Riverside, $360. Long Beach, $358. Oakland, $340. Santa Ana, $319. Fresno, this is at the time, $304. Bakersfield, $240. My point only being is that we can't afford to pay me what a comparable salary for the same responsibilities in other cities are. You know, I know this says Sacramento at $392, but it was well publicized that the city manager that just recently left was $500,000 all in. Wow. So anyway, I only say that we have a lot of positions that we are under market on, even at the director level. That was why we were having such a hard time recruiting directors when we, you know, I asked people to take jobs that they didn't particularly want. And the labor market has freed up a little bit, so we are getting more candidates in within our current salary allowances. But yeah, I would love to pay our people within the comparable range. I would love to be paid within the comparable range, but just recognizing, you know, just sometimes it's just not affordable for us.
I think there's a lot we want to do, but we have to pass balanced budgets, and I don't envy the retirement board because they have hardworking people that work for our city. Some of them that retired are still working, and I'm sure they want their money spent efficiently. And that dollar amount is just, I don't know. It seems tough to say we pay our administrator with your dollars more than the governor of California makes. Not that they like the governor, but I'm just saying it's a lot of money. So it's hard. It's a hard pill to swallow. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next hearing. We have, our favorite, Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
Very well. Thank you, Council President. It is truly my pleasure to present this budget, the office that I am a part of, and for the mayor and the city manager and all of the supports as well. If we move on to slide 2, it's probably best to put my glasses on. Pardon me. You can see that the office overall did participate in the 5% reduction exercise, as noted from last year's amended to this year's proposed. I will say that the office includes a variety of divisions and areas, and I'll go over them here in just a moment. And wanted to just point out that that reduction you can see is in both personnel and in our interdepartmental charges. We did do some moving around of people in order to make sure we had the most efficient, smallest footprint in order to try and accomplish that. For our PCNs, as you can see, the number of bottom line of 30 has not changed in the last 3 years, as you can, for 26, from 24 to 26, as you can see here. And then also I just want to take a moment to go through the divisions and some program highlights. Our Office of Independent Review works to strengthen community trust. They provide neutral third-party review. They provide community outreach and has presented at over 80 events so far in 2025. They go to Rotary, they go to the Police Department's Residence Academy, etc. And as you know, the independent reviewer responds to the scene of officer-involved shootings, and quarterly reports are published outlining every internal affair investigation with the status on, and also a result, whether they were unfounded, exonerated, or not sustained. The Office of Emergency Preparedness, which is also housed in the Mayor and City Manager's Department, oversees efforts such as the warming and cooling centers, as we've talked about earlier in our hearings. They prepare for and respond to the effects of citywide emergencies. They conduct safety education programs and training. And in addition to opening the warming and cooling centers a combined 35 times so far, in this fiscal year, they work on the facilitation of department emergency coordinators and updating the emergency operation plans. And of course, that is important ongoing work. The Office of Special Events, which I oversee, is a team that facilitates the permitting and event process for all of the members of our community, including street closures, sidewalk closures, alleys, or other public spaces that are used successfully to coordinate festivals, parades, runs, walks, and a variety of other events. And we work closely with our community members to facilitate those events throughout the city, but of course, we are most focused on making sure downtown is thriving. In other areas, though, we welcomed over 20,000 participants or concert goers for Boots in the Park. We had that twice this year at Woodward Park, and has also, the team's been incredibly helpful navigating a series of pretty high-profile events. And I would be remiss not to mention that we are bringing back Art Hop, and we'll have our first one this Friday. Oh, no, I'm sorry, today. It's today. We do continue to support Why Not Wednesday. We will have Why Not Wednesday in June, and then we committed to regrouping and seeing how we can balance those two events in downtown throughout the summer, but we will have that this month as well. Also want to mention Fres, yes, a very popular downtown event. It brought over 22,000 attendees this year, and I attended, and I loved it. I thought it was great. Finally, the Office of Community Affairs is a civic academy and community engagement champion. They act as a resource for Fresno residents by serving our government as the government's liaisons. There's approximately 100 individuals that have participated in 2 civic academies, and they've facilitated countless community events and meetups, including the police chief community input sessions. Some general highlights are also listed here in the PowerPoint presentation, but I won't go over all of them as well. As you know, we are quite out in the public with our city affairs and making sure that all departments are supported by our office and our communications team. And the last slide is just a continuation of our outreach highlights, most of which I've covered previously, but I do want to bring some attention to the fact that we've had 150 annual Beautify Fresno volunteer opportunities, and that we do promote service delivery through Fresgo and Build Fresno and the 311 call center. And that is all I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, please punch up. Now, normally, I let the council members go in order, and I go last. I'm going to go first just for one part of the comment. So it's normal to have an adversarial relationship when you have a strong mayor system and a separate council. Not many cities in California have that, but I will say this. Speaking for myself, the level of professionalism amongst your staff, city manager, and the mayor's staff, it's unparalleled. We don't always agree. We can go to battle, but it always remains professional. And working with the city manager and assistant city managers, I think all of us would say the same thing. We get that you are truly dedicated to serving the public. This is not meant to be flattery. This is meant to really thank you for your service. It's just great to be able to disagree at times, but be focused on the mission of One Fresno. So thank you very much. Now we have Council Vice President.
I just had one point of clarification, Assistant City Manager. In your presentation, I forgot what page, the community office outreach, forgot what you
Community
call that.
outreach highlights, either slides 5 or 6. I'm sorry, the Office of Community Affairs.
I recall last year this council approved converting those positions to part-time. So shouldn't it be 2.0 positions versus 4.0 positions?
That's right, or 70.75 each. Is that right, Kelly? Yes.
The part-time is not 0.5, it's 0.75?
0.75 was the motion that was made last year, the reduction in those positions. I'll let Kelly answer.
And if you could, maybe it's more of an HR question. When we reference part-time, is there a definition to that? Is that 0.75 or 0.5?
It varies, but I would just say for the OCA specifically, the 4 full-time equivalents is part-time for 5 individual humans. So it totals 4 full-time equivalents.
Got it. But that, in practical terms, is 5 part-time positions.
Yes, it is. And part-time is defined in a variety of ways. I'm looking over to my colleague, TJ Miller, to respond to that.
Yeah.
Part-time can be permanent part-time. It can be a temporary employee. It can be a 0.75. I don't know if you wanted to elaborate.
So wouldn't it be 3.75 versus 4.0? I mean, I didn't pass math in high school, so I might be wrong.
That would be what we refer to as the FTE, the full-time equivalent. So there's 2 separate counts. There's an FTE, which is where you take the 0.75 or 0.5 for each position and add that up to get an FTE, which is a full-time equivalent. However, each individual that is a permanent employee is in a position. And so when we say there are 5 positions that are filled, and if they're permanent part-time, that may only equate to
So let me see if I can ask the question differently.
Yeah, let me respond. I think we've solved the mystery. They're not 0.75. I misspoke. They're 0.8.
Got it. So that's where you get to 4.0.
Yes,
So
your math is correct.
32 hours. They're 32 hours a week.
Okay.
Congratulations.
I'm going to use it as a reference next time I apply for a job and question my math.
Okay, Ruthie, in the spirit of picking on everybody, I can't believe you got a number thing wrong.
Yes.
First time for everything.
Yeah. So sorry.
My last question on the mayor's budget, where does the funds for the sister cities land at? Is that manager's budget, mayor's budget? Where does that land?
I believe that's in the general city purpose.
It is in general city purpose, but we also have $15,000
in the economic development who pays the dues for Sister Cities International. Thank you, Ruthie.
Okay. I only have one request from the staff on the mayor's budget. They wanted me to make a motion to fund a second podium because apparently the mayor doesn't let his podium loose to the city attorney. Are you okay with that?
As long as it has wheels on it, we can take it everywhere.
Okay. In all seriousness, thank you all for your time. And as the president said, half our job is making sure that we provide oversight and go deep into this process and, of course, policies and other things. But the other part of our job is to get the mayor's steps in for the day. So I'm glad he has yet to take the podium today. But I do appreciate you guys' work on this and your very thoroughness.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I think we have much of the mayor and city manager's staff here today. Thank you guys so much for what you do. Really, it's a pleasure working with you. We have Council Member Esparza up.
The warming and cooling centers, I honestly, it's been a long week. I forget if I asked for the request for information yet. But this budget includes funding for the warming and cooling centers.
Yes, it does. At the same level as last year, $350,000.
Have we done an analysis of what it would take? I know every season we get requests to open the warming centers on a more consistent basis. I don't think we have that issue with the cooling centers because the heat is pretty excessive and consistent. But on the warming centers, have we done an analysis or kind of a cost benefit of what it would cost to keep the warming centers open on a consistent basis in the same way that we do with the cooling?
I'll ask. We have, because right now it's based on the resolution that this council has passed regarding the temperatures. So there had been previous discussion about lowering the temperature for the warming centers, and based on historical weather, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but of course it would be more money. I don't have the exact dollars in front of me, but we would be able to go back and look how many days it would be open if we lower the temperature. But in order to do the analysis, we would need to know what you would want the temperature to drop to, and it would require coming back and changing the resolution.
Yeah, well, I'll take a memo at 40 degrees, please.
Okay.
Simulating 40.
Okay.
And that's all I wanted to ask about. Yeah, it's fine.
While they're discussing, I'll mention something. We did a significant amount of research last year into the warming centers, whether it was increasing the number of locations, the number of staff, raising the temperature, and other things. And what we got back was it is difficult to add to the staff of those. And we found with just a 1 degree change in where we set that threshold, I believe the threshold was previously 34 or 32 degrees, with just a small change in the degree threshold, it would equal 2 or 3 times the number of openings of days. Now, subsequent to that, we'd also discovered that back-to-back-to-back openings of the warming centers at some of these community centers not only derailed some of the programming that they had at the centers, but that we also saw second and third order effects as folks realized that, hey, for the next 4 days, this is going to be an open warming center. We may as well set up shop here. So the second and third order effects that brought, as we saw with Pinedale up in D2, and then subsequently down further south, some of the other problems that came about with that were issues. So I think there's a better solution we can reach when it comes to the warming centers and how they're operated. I'm not convinced we found it yet, and I don't think the temperature threshold in and of itself or throwing money at it is going to be the fix, but I'm interested in talking with you offline and coming to a better solution for that for this coming winter.
Thank you, Councilmember Richardson. I forgot about all that. And I think, when we saw the back-to-back openings, I think Councilmember Arias' district was hit very hard with basically them turning into de facto encampments. So that was one of the considerations as well. But we can certainly get the data that you requested.
And if I could just add, because I did not hear it articulated, the impact on our recreational programs is really, I'm sorry if I missed that, Councilmember Richardson. Yes, thank you.
Before I move on, is Jennifer here? Jennifer?
What was that?
Jennifer Ruiz.
I want an update on cannabis.
Oh, cannabis?
Yeah.
Jennifer's here.
And just the same question I had last, a few days ago, whatever day it was, just what the status is of the 5 that we expect to come online.
I think we were working on that response. I don't know if you've got it finalized yet,
I have
Jennifer.
amnesia this morning. It's whatever happened earlier in the week just got wiped away.
Yeah, we have inundated you all with a bunch of RFI responses.
They're all coming in.
Yeah, they're all coming in, and you haven't gotten this one yet because I know Jennifer was finalizing.
Yeah,
But
the draft was finalized late yesterday, so it's probably going through approval process, and we have estimated. So we have a couple of openings that came directly from the companies, the ones that are closer. Like we're expecting a couple this month. May be opening at the end of the month, and the rest we estimated based on our best knowledge of how long it's taken some of these companies to get open. Of course, that can change based on some of the site issues they're dealing with and the companies, but we gave the best estimate that we could.
So you should probably have that today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Council Vice President?
Just on the warming center, cooling centers conversation, I as a member who has 2 of them in his district, and most of all the homeless shelters in the city, I want to be very, very transparent with the staff here and the public. I've had direct conversations with each of my respective neighborhoods. I have neighborhood meetings, and I've had meetings with the homeless advocates and the unhoused as well. And we've been very, very crystal clear that these centers are meant as a safety net, not as a permanent warming or cooling center. And that the cost of eliminating programming for youth and the elderly is not no longer viable, especially given the expectations of the Measure P funds and the initiatives that the taxpayers approve for expanding activities for youth and the elderly as it relates to Measure P. So I appreciate folks who want us to make these places permanent, but I would also remind them that those centers were not designed or constructed as permanent homeless shelters. They don't have the restroom facilities, they don't have the kitchen facilities, they don't have the ADA access for that kind of use. I'll just give you an example. When they're used as warming centers, we have to take up all the shower space and restroom space to disinfect and wash all the beds every single night. You putting hundreds of people in when the only functional restrooms at Tetsi Wills are 2 toiletries for hundreds of people to be there multiple days over. They weren't designed for that purpose. So we'll continue to facilitate and accommodate them as emergency shelters, but not as permanent, homeless shelters. That's not what they were designed for. That's not what they were funded for, and that's not what they were designed for. Nor was that what we told the neighborhoods where they're going to be utilized as. I appreciate what folks are expecting of us, but I would also refer them to the County of Fresno, who also is responsible for emergency response, services. And the county continues to have 0 shelter beds for more than 1 million people. So we're not alone at being the sole responsible body for this. And as a result, these warming and cooling centers routinely have people from other cities being driven to them because the county doesn't have, and other cities don't have any of these services either. So thank you all.
Yep, City Manager. This is the end.
Okay. Of course, I have to take the opportunity to thank my team. Okay, I'm going to get all choky up, guys. I'm warning you. I always say I would put this team up against any team in the country. So hardworking and dedicated to this city, putting aside their own personal needs and sacrificing for the better of the city to get the job done. We as a city are very scrappy. I talked about, we don't get, paid like other people. We may not have the same perks as other people, but that's okay because we're all very mission driven. And that's to make the city a better place. The mayor has set out a vision for us, and we work every day towards that vision and towards the policies, priorities of the council. This team, I can't say enough thank yous to them. Ruthie, TJ, Nick, all of the directors. We've got Santino and Ed. Ed got thrown into the middle of the budget process and has performed spectacularly, amazing. He is a human computer. And thank you. Our office staff, Kelly, my work wife, because we tend to be here very late together, who we've worked together for a very long time. We speak by looking at each other. We don't have to say words. Tony, she is the mother hen of City Hall. If anybody in the city of Fresno doesn't know where to go, they call Tony. Yep. And she directs them. And I know all of you have stopped by and worked with her. Incredible. And to the support staff, the comms team, all of the executive assistants. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Sarah in the mayor's office, who tries to keep him on track, which is a tough charge. At times, but she does a phenomenal job as well. So thank you to all of you. Through good budget times and bad budget times, we just put our head down and get the work done. I want to thank the council for your kind words about our team. And we have worked really, really hard in trying to build trust with you by just getting the job done and trying to be as transparent as possible. I feel like we have succeeded. Every once in a while we drop the ball on something, but I try and take accountability for that and get it done and move on. So we couldn't do this alone. We work very closely with your people as well, the city clerk, the city attorney, who also do an amazing job in supporting our efforts. So thank you. We could not have done it without you. And I'm so very appreciative of what everybody does. So thank you.
If I could, Council President, City Manager said much of what I had written down to say, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of it, but I do want to say a special thank you to the City Manager for all the work that she does and our team. I think oftentimes what goes unseen is the thing that is least appreciated. And when we start the budget process, we start back in January. And then we start having all of our meetings with budget director or with all of our department directors. And those meetings occur every day and sometimes 8 to 10 hours a day in order to put together a budget. And this year has been especially hard because of the 5% budget cuts that we've asked every single department to be a part of, the attrition, and quite frankly, I don't think people realize how hard it is to say no when budget directors come in with what they think to be essential. And we're saying no to tens of millions of dollars of requests that come into us. And this year was especially hard, having to find over $50 million in savings. I appreciate the council and all that you do, the relationship we have. I think we've come a long way over the last few years. And, I've learned as a mayor to build in some of your requests early on so that we don't have the unexpected motions that are made, which makes our job more difficult through the process. I also want to say, oftentimes the requests for information that come in, as of this morning, there were 120 of them. And our team stays here at night after the budget is completed, the budget hearings, till 9, 10 o'clock at night, getting those things done so that you guys can make timely decisions. So, and I know you appreciate that. So let me just say, echo what was said. Thank you to our team, to all of the ACMs, to Georgianne, our city manager, to our communications team, to all of our support staff that work tirelessly. Kelly, thank you, the workhorse, for all you do. And for all of our for all of our folks that work in our office, mighty, small team. So, thank you guys. Look forward to the outcome.
Thank you, Mayor. And City Manager, you may have some more tears. We have motions to make. No, I'm only kidding. No, we're gonna do our best to be good this year. Okay. Thank you so much. Now, our final department for the day before we go to our special meeting is the City Council. And thank you, Mayor, for your kind words, and City Manager.
Yes, sir. Council President, the City Council is our last. Save the best for last.
Yeah.
Yes. Just quickly, you can see.
No, it's fine. Let's see the presentation.
Do you want the presentation? We have maintained the appropriation levels at the same as last year, and for the operations, we will take a look very immediately after the fiscal year ends to make sure we carry over every dollar of your operational appropriations from FY25 into 26. Also, we funded, as was discussed in the Public Works Department, the capital funds of $300,000, realizing there was a motion made in there as well, and we will reconcile that. moving forward in the next few days. And then we also wanted to show that your projected staffing is at the same levels as has been in recent years. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruthie, thank you for the presentation. We have Councilmember Richardson punched up.
Yes, ma'am. Quick question for you. For the projected positions, can you explain that a little bit? Because I know that not every council office has 7 staffers, and then District 7 has 8. So can you explain how where those numbers came from a little bit, please?
Yes, happy to do that. Don't need my glasses for that. So these are the positions that are authorized in the PAR, in the Positions Authorization Resolution. And so every council office has up to that number of positions that they could fill. And of course, salary ranges vary, but those are also at the discretion of each respective council member.
That includes the council member, Ruthie?
It does,
okay.
Yes. In addition, I'm looking over at TJ to make sure that that is correct. The 53, each respective council member, that includes the council member, their staffing. Yes. Yes. Because where else would it be? So it's got to be there. The discretion that you have is when we go to build the budget, the proposed budget, we look at the staffing that is currently in each respective office, cost those out fully. And some of you even give us heads up on changes in staffing or differences in salaries, for instance. And so we make sure that those are costed out and that they're appropriated accordingly. And then what remains will cover, of course, the ID charges for our internal service funds and the cost allocation plan. But then, so the support services that we provide, to the council offices. And then the difference between what you have in your personnel budgets and ID charges is also at your discretion to put in whatever other line item, non-personnel line item that you choose, whether that be professional services, special projects, whatever you choose. We've loaded them temporarily, and then if you have any changes, of course, we'll make them immediately.
All right, thank you. And then just one more time, the attrition savings, it is belt tightening season. We talked about this a bunch of times. The attrition savings essentially across the city, the goal for that is, if I'm not mistaken, 6.18?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And every department has participated to at least that level, with 2 exceptions. The fire department, who has the constant staffing. So we did look at positions that don't have constant staffing or the need for overtime if they're absent.
Sure.
And we did budget $1 million of attrition savings for fire. That equated to about 1.9%, I believe. And then we have no attrition savings for the council offices.
Okay,
0.
so it's just fire and the council, and we were able to make up the attrition savings with the fire department by instituting that monetary mark.
Yes.
Right? Leaving every city employee, every city department has taken their step to tighten their belt and reduce their impact on the budget, except for just us.
That's one way of saying it, yes, sir.
Okay, is it because nobody wants to suggest that we do that?
I believe that the council made it very clear to us, and you all can correct me, that they did not want to participate in attrition because they have a small staff and felt like they needed to be able to fill all of their positions. So I believe there had been comments made that they did not want to participate in attrition. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So we didn't want to build in attrition into the budget and then have there be a budget motion. That what happened last year, I thought we built in some attrition,
that's right.
And then the council made a motion to take out the attrition, which means we then need to go find the funding. So
let me add to that, if I might. I try to be very respectful of the charter and the charter responsibilities, and what that says is I appoint the city manager, who then appoints all the department directors, and we oversee all of the departments in the city with the exception of the city clerk, city attorney, and certainly the city council. So when I'm involved in the budget making process, I try to respect that.
So it sounds like any savings coming from the city council would need to come inherently from the city council themselves. I understand we made a lot of motions to pull money from the general fund, from taxpayer money, to fund projects of varying importance right across the city, safety things, access, transportation, things like that. But luckily, by the grace of God and the permission of my constituents, I am now sitting on this council, and I would like to propose that we join with fire and we join with planning and personnel and public works and every other department of this city, and we give a little bit back from the council departments to the general fund. Now, if we were to try to meet financially the 6.18% of the attrition savings, that would result in $427,136, and the amount of pearl clutching that would happen up here behind the dais as a result of that, I don't think we have the emergency response services to cope with. So what I would recommend is that we match our partners in the fire department, who provide a much more dangerous service than we do up here, as a show of good faith and as a show of leadership coming from the dais itself. I would say that we would go to match them. Now, their savings of $1 million, if I've calculated it correctly, is about 0.75% of their total budgeted allocation for the year. Matching that from the city council would look like $52,087. So I would like to make a motion that we take part, show leadership, and join every other single department in this city to move $52,087 from the city council budget to the general fund. Now, I'm sure that'll be eaten up pretty quickly, but I think it's more symbolic than anything, more of a skin in the game, and I think it's a show of good faith that we're willing to stand with all these folks who are asking to participate in attrition.
Council. First of all, is there a second to that motion?
Not a second, but a counter proposal. Is it 52 collectively from the entirety of the offices, or
yes,
just per office?
Not per office. It would be an entirety from the city council budget writ large in its entirety of $6,911,600, which I show here. About 0.75% of the entire budget, not quite 1%.
There not being a second, that motion dies.
Yeah, I mean,
did that make it on the record that it was proposed and died at the very least?
I will say, I do think there's enough in the District 6 budget carryover to bear that burden. If you'd like to do that, that's fine. I tell you what, the savings we have in my budget, we use it for public works because we do have a limited budget. So I'm going to hold on to that funding and make sure it goes into my neighborhoods and concrete repairs.
Yeah, and then, I mean, I don't know what you've spent since you came in. I know council, now supervisor, formerly Councilmember Brettefeld, left behind a pretty hefty sum in the D6 budget. And so not to suggest that you take the full burden, but I think the needs within the District 6 budget are very different from many of the other council districts.
Councilmember Maxwell.
To your credit, Councilmember Richardson, I would say that you have one of the best and most competent chiefs of staff in this building. She's been around a long time. She knows about comms. She's great on constituent casework. She knows policy. I'm going to be in a position to where I'm bringing in a new chief of staff. She's probably not going to have a lot of the skills and talents that your chief does. I'm going to need somebody that could help out with constituent services, somebody that could help out with the agenda, somebody who could help out with comms. I try to make my staff happy when they're with me, but I try to train them up to where if another opportunity becomes available, they're ready to go for it. And now I'm in a position to where I need to start building a better team up. I could show you the log of calls and emails that we get to justify each and every single one of those positions. And so if you want to come to me with the name of one of my employees you propose to cut from my team, I'd be interested to hear who you bring forward.
Well, don't explain it to me. It's not my money.
Well, if you'd like to have it come from your budget, you would get a second from this dais. But
okay, we'll chip in our part of that. 1/7 of that total will be $7,441. We'd like to contribute that from the District 6 budget specifically back to the general fund.
You don't need a motion for that. You have the discretion to do that on your own.
A friendly announcement that it will be happening.
Good.
Council President, if I may.
Yes, sir.
You know, I think we've built enough of a trust relationship amongst our colleagues that we have been historically very respectful of every council member manages their own budget and is accountable to the public and their constituencies on how they manage that budget. So I've never bothered to dive into another council member's budget because it's their responsibility to answer to how they utilize it, whether it's via credit card expenditure, sponsoring a Blue Run, or a bake sale. It's all up to your guys'. In my district, as the person who has most of the homeless shelters, I routinely use my money to pay for pizzas in the warming and cooling centers, something that another district may not have to do. Specifically in my district, I get 600 calls of service a year of folks reporting broken sidewalks, loose dogs, requests for us to fix some infrastructure or some matters. I would beg and guess that no other council district receives that level of calls for service. Probably not similar to the northern areas. Your needs are different. Your engagements are different. You know, in my assessment, your office has over $1 million of carryover that was left to you by the previous council member. When I took office, I was left with negative $250,000 coming in. And so was Councilmember Maxwell was left with a negative. And this council had to make him whole, because it's not right that as we come in as members, we can't fix a broken sidewalk because somebody raided our budgets. So if your attempt is to take from our respective budgets, I would argue that that's not the best approach. If your interest is in contributing to the general fund, then you have the authority to do so. And it's up to you to decide. But if any analysis of our council budgets would demonstrate that your office has the most carryover, the most available resources, and the least amount of staff, all based on the needs of your district. And yet, this council has always voted to approve the same amount of budget for each council office, irrespective of whether you need more staff or less staff. And that allows you to have millions of dollars of carryover. I can tell you, I don't have millions of dollars of carryover. I have a negative fund balance because I have more broken sidewalks than there is money to fix in the public works budget. So I would just, suggest that the mayor, as he indicated, has respected that we have a charter authority and has ensured that we are staffed appropriately to meet that charter authority. When it comes to his staff, you did not hear us make a motion to reduce his budget or increase his contribution. We respect that he has a role to execute the work, and he's made his case for that level of staffing. So I would just caution us with engaging in performative or a series of actions that has us going after each other's respective districts or budgets, because I can assure you, if you're interested, I can walk you through line by line on how I spend my money. And if there is a warming center, cooling center that you would like me to no longer support, or a broken sidewalk in my district that you would suggest not be fixed, then by all means, I'm open to that discussion. But I would just offer that as we all have platforms and how we utilize them. It's up to us. But if we're going to engage in this, eat each other up, then I don't think that's going to be fruitful for the city.
Yeah, there's no intent to eat each other up. It's not performative. Our money is where our mouth is. It was just an invitation, and I can't tell you how to use the budget at all in your office. Just invitation, and a no is entirely acceptable, and you do what you see fit. You have more experience doing this than I do, so if you've worked out how the wheels are best greased, then that is entirely your prerogative, and I respect that.
I think, Councilmember, in all fairness, you did bring up a good point. So what is the total dollar amount? 53, what was it again?
If we were to match just fire, that'd be $52,087.
Now, okay, so I'm going to make a motion to move 52,000, what was it?
$52,087.
From the District 6 office to the general fund. That's my motion. Would you second that?
I'll pitch in 1/7. I'll pitch in District 6.
No, my motion is for the full amount. You made a good point. I think we should do it. That's my motion.
Yeah. From District 6?
Mm-hmm.
No, we said our portion. We said exactly 1/7 of that.
So fair enough. So when push comes to shove, you're not going to do it. That's fine. So no second, that one dies. So we can move on now. Okay.
This is Hunger Games, isn't it?
Well, I think when you're going to call us out publicly like that and do that to us, you're going to get a response.
It's not Hunger Games. It's just, just a little bit of edification for our freshman member. When we first came into City Hall, or when I first came into City Hall about 6.5 years ago, we had funding for about 2 full-time staff members, and I quickly discovered why residents throughout the city are so frustrated with local government. The volume of calls and that we received, and just you spend so much time, almost all your time, kind of just putting fires out. People are frustrated because they couldn't get calls back or things fell through the cracks, and so quickly discovered that just with the capacity you had, you're barely keeping up with constituent services. And so over the years, the way we got to these numbers that you see today is because little by little, throughout the last 4, 5, 6 years, we've added a position here, a position there, a little more funding. We've stopped for the most part in the last couple of fiscal years because we've kind of hit that point. Why I think Council President's motion was appropriate is because every budget it's not been really based on equity, it's really been equal. So no matter what the needs have been, every council district has received the equal number of positions, the equal amount of money, even though it's been clear for a very, very long time. There's a vast disparity in the need. And so I wasn't going to second the motion if you didn't want it, but the money's all kind of come from the same place. Giving it back to the same place, I think, would be appropriate. But I'm not here to take from anyone's budget, just a little bit of history as to what it looked like before and the level of response we provide now. As the legislative body of this city, and the mayor knows this as well as elected officials, we're in many cases the first point of contact for the public. Our role in the council, we are municipal legislators. It's our job to make policy. So we got to carry out that function. But by default, over time, we've become also master facilitators of constituent services because we're the most visible folks of the city organization outside of our rank and file workers doing the actual work who are on the streets every day in the trucks and the cars. And so, it's really, it's not about, us, it's about having the capacity to serve the residents who call and have needs from our offices. And for a very long time, maybe you know this, maybe you don't, for a very long time, I wouldn't say it was a running joke, not a joke at all, but certainly an ongoing understanding that the member who represents District 6 has always had the luxury of not having to deal with the same level of calls for service to their office. And that member historically has had the most time to be the most proactive policymaker. And that's historically just sort of what's gone on, is if you've watched city council over the last several decades and such. And so from an equitable perspective, the budgets we have and the staff we have allow us to be as effective, where I'm not spending, 3/4 of my day putting out constituent service fires. I can actually focus on policy in the same way that you or your predecessors have had the luxury of being able to do. And that's really where the source of that growth has come from. Not the last couple of years, but before that. It's hit a level where I think it matches the level of service that residents are demanding from us. So now when folks call, they're getting a call back every single time. Their issues are being troubleshooted. And I think there's generally a higher level of satisfaction, at least with just the response. Folks who call deserve a yes or a no, and if it's a no, why not? And if it's more complicated and there's a policy required, you have the capacity to help facilitate that or help create that. So, that's just our role very, very generally, and kind of just a snapshot of how we got to where we are today.
No, it's a very good point, and I do appreciate those inputs. And on that note, I'll go back to the council president's proposition that we pitch in from District 6, all of that amount, and less the 25,000 that we've already dedicated to match from Public Works, so we'll be giving to them to complete that project, we will move forward and we will donate the rest of that amount. Again, doesn't require a motion, but you can expect that 27,000.
I believe it does require a motion, unfortunately.
We do, because we need to move it from your budget into the general fund, so that's a transfer of appropriation.
Okay, perfect. I think I'll have a second then. On $27,087, moving from the District 6 budget to the general fund, please.
Great.
Okay.
Okay. So any more discussion on city council? Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, Ruthie. Great job on all the presentations. Thank you so much. Now, I think we're going to be able to get part of the 9 a.m. special meeting started and complete. We won't get to the workshop until after lunch, but we will start with the, give me 1 second, I'm sorry. The first agenda item, ID 25-779. As a reminder, we have already taken public comment on the special meetings in addition to the budget this morning. So who is doing the presentation on this, City Manager? Actually, there's no presentation, correct?
Hold on, Ruthie's got to get settled
You can
here.
do it from up there too, if you want.
Brian Barr was going to assist me, or Jennifer, would you like to?
You want to take a moment, like a short break?
Council President, what's the item?
This is, I believe, a contract extension, short-term for the convention center.
I would request we bypass the presentation.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion?
We don't have a formal presentation to make, actually.
Just take public comment and consider motion.
We've already taken public comment.
Motion to approve then.
Second. Okay. Any questions among the council? Okay. There being none, the motion passes 5-2, you're good? 5-0, 5-0. So thank you. There's that. The workshop, how long do you think the workshop would take, City Manager? As much time as you need, I'm just curious what the actual time frame would be.
I think our portion of it is probably 10 minutes, I think, but your portion, I know there's a lot of questions.
Council, I'm thinking of breaking for lunch, coming back at 1:30. Okay, we're going to do that. And at 1:30, we're going to resume the 1:30 special meeting, and then we'll come back to this afterwards.
Okay, got it. So we'll have Samit and Mr. Frank at 1:30.
1:30,
and then we'll begin the debt workshop at.
So I'm sure there'll be questions on that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you very much. going to do, before you come up, Director, we're going to start our 1:30 p.m. special meeting, but because this is a timed item, I'm actually going to go to public comment. So if anybody from the public wishes... And as a... And we are going to start with public comment, and of course we do offer translation, as you heard. So if anyone from the public wishes to comment on the 1:30 p.m. special meeting, this is your opportunity. I don't see anyone coming up, but please do come forward. Okay, it looks like we don't have anyone from the public wishing to comment, so we're going to close that portion, and we're going to go to Sumit, please, for the presentation.
Good afternoon, Council. Sumit Mali, Personnel Director. That one. Wait, no, not that one. Yep, but nope. It says status of government vacancies. There you go. All right. So this presentation is to comply with the city's legal obligations under the new law that was recently passed, Assembly Bill 2561, which adds government section 3502.3 to the government code. This government section requires public agencies to hold at least one public hearing per fiscal year to discuss the status of vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts, along with any challenges in the agency's hiring process. So on an annual basis, an overview of our vacancies for calendar year ending 24. This graph represents month over month status of positions that were filled through either promotions, new hires, or rehires within the organization. Also, the vacancies that occurred within the department, which resulted from separations or promotions between the departments. At one point, we had 592 vacancies for calendar year 24, and our lowest point we had 471 with an average vacancy percent of 11% on an annual basis, which includes our classified and unclassified positions. For calendar year ending 24, no bargaining unit had more than 20% vacancies. The highest was going to be our FAPSOA, which is our airport's public safety officers. To speak to our recruiting and retention efforts, our recruitment team has a variety of channels they utilize to attract new applicants, including our personal website, our social media, posting on a variety of government boards, attending job boards, going to various school sites as well to gather attention into civil service. For hard-to-fill positions, we do nationwide searches, we do executive recruitments, we put out flyers, we try to utilize our social media team to really target that direct audience. And I'll speak to the challenges, and that will come up as well in a later slide. With respect to recruitments, we opened 191 new recruitments in the calendar year 24. And then of the vacancies that were filled, of our filled positions in 24, 507 were the result of promotions within our current existing employees. So we're seeing a lot of upward mobility, which speaks to our retention efforts. We're seeing our employees progress through the ranks within the city of Fresno. Additional retention efforts that we utilize, we're constantly working with our labor partners to ensure that we have great working conditions, and on an annual basis or as their contracts come up, we certainly work with them to improve upon conditions and economic factors. So some hiring challenges. So our city follows the civil service process for our classified employees, and our staff have worked diligently to identify some possible changes to the municipal code, which would speed up the timeliness to hiring new employees. These changes would require us to meet and confer with the respective bargaining units and bring it to a council action if we so choose them. Just as a highlight, I've listed a couple up there that would just speed up the timeline. Addition to that, our hard-to-fill positions. I'm very critical of my classification team to ensure that the minimum qualifications are the minimum qualifications. So if we have positions that we are not attracting, we're constantly reevaluating to see Are we asking for too much? Are we missing the market? And then how can we self-correct? With that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Director. First up, we have Councilmember Esparza.
Sorry, Director, for wrapping up lunch.
No, no worries.
How often are we utilizing like a search firm or headhunting firm? I know, obviously, we've done it at the highest levels for certain director positions. Have we ever, I mean, how often are we using them? And have we ever used it for anything below director?
I know for our executive recruitments, we utilize that firm. I'd have to get to the history, but I'm not aware of any non-executive position that we've utilized that for. Certainly our LPEs, that's a hard-to-fill position. We try to utilize special job boards and use our social media to attract those type of candidates, along with going out to respective colleges as well.
When that kind of service is contracted, does that come out of your budget or does it come out of the respective department budget?
Yeah, it comes out of my budget.
Okay.
Well, it actually depends on if they're, we like either ID bill back out to the department for certain positions. So if it's executive position.
It goes to the department. So when we did the police chief search, they send it gets billed back to the department whose position is trying to be filled.
Okay. So he wouldn't have, Director, would you have an amount we've spent on that over the last fiscal year? Or we'd have to compile that from department by department?
We could certainly compile it with the departments. I don't have it offhand.
Yeah, I'd be curious, just request information. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have no other council members punched up at this time. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Mr. Frank, and I want to thank Councilmember Maxwell for filling in. Bernard, can you adjust the timer, please?
Hi, Council President.
10 minutes.
Okay, we're back. I knew you'd fix it. And so I'm here to give I'm here on behalf of the Fresno City Employees Association to give our presentation during this hearing as required by this new law. I would just like to begin the presentation by going over the reason for the law, which I think is actually quite important. Job vacancies in local government are a widespread and significant problem for the public sector, affecting occupations across wage levels and educational requirements. High job vacancies impact public service delivery, and the workers who are forced to handle heavier workloads, with understaffing leading to burnout and increased turnover that further exacerbates staffing challenges. There is a statewide interest in ensuring that public agency operations are appropriately staffed and that high vacancy rates do not undermine public employee labor relations. So that being said, it was the purpose for this, for the State Senate to pass this act into law, and FCA is completely in agreement with the reasons for this law. We think, we've always tried to work with the city. I think that what we've found now is that the vacancies that used to just be incidental to turnover have become a budgeting item. And at first it was sweeping savings, and then it was freezing only certain positions, and now we're calling it attrition. I had to look that up because in the military, attrition is when your guys are dying faster than the other guys. But it also covers leaving vacant positions open. Anyways, why is the Fresno City Employees Association so concerned with this? It's concerned for the following reasons. As stated in the preamble and the reason for this law, we have seen in the last couple of years where these actions have been taken and these positions left over, we've seen the effects on the workforce. We've heard from employees who were given additional duties that had formerly been done by somebody else, and now that that table was unstaffed, they were given the work, but they were also given the mandate to finish the work. And depending on the supervisor or the manager, sometimes these employees, if they didn't finish the extra duties that they had been assigned, sometimes that was reflected in their evaluations. And that's what the state is talking about here when it talks about the impacts. And so that's why I am happy for this law. I'm happy for the meet and confer requirements now in the Myers-Milius-Brown Act. I am happy that this will create more transparency and more back and forth as far as impacts to employees. Because every year I'm going to do this report. Hopefully, if things are going well, my presentation will be 5 minutes. I can tell you if things are not going well and we find that there's obfuscation or pushback or a reluctance on the city side to be transparent in holding these positions open, then the report may be longer.
Are you talking about today's report?
I'm talking about the yearly report.
I'm sorry.
This will be a hearing that's done every year.
Thank you.
So here's what we're looking at as far as us as a unit. We have in our MOU contracting out language. Contracting out, there's overlap into what's happening now. In that language, there are guarantees that no planners and no plans check people will have their positions held open, that the city will continue to recruit, that there will not be freezes, there will not be attrition in those departments, because we allowed the city to contract out work above and beyond what staff could do. And those of you who were here for the money-back guarantee, which ended up being an act passed by council and then I believe rescinded a few years later after it was proven that we were getting it done. Anyways, we will be watching for and expecting the city to report on if they are contracting out, and we will expect that these positions not be frozen or attrited. That's a word too. I learned that a long time ago. That they will not be attrited unless all contracting is stopped for 60 days. So that's one of the components that we expect. There would to be a meet and confer, a back and forth, and transparency and open communication. The other is in the use of temps. We also met with the city when they wanted to start that temporary program that you get funding for at-risk youth. It's a great program. We sat down, we had a meet and confer, we talked about all the issues present, we talked about what they would be doing, not just as ambassadors, but working in certain departments, doing small level tasks to build their ability to be in a workforce and be part of a workforce, because a lot of times an at-risk youth doesn't know how to act, doesn't know what's expected of them. Working in an office or working in an environment, it's a new thing to them. Very good program. But as part of that program, we also received assurances that we would be told how many temp workers were working in each department, division, section. And so that we could see that these temp workers weren't growing to a point where they were taking over work that is Unit 3 work for unionized members. And so we will be watching temps and the use of temps very closely. And if we find out that certain areas are being attrited because they've now hired a bunch of temps who are doing Unit 3 work, therein lies a problem. That would be a big problem. Because we have a civil service system here. We have a system by which employees are hired, tested, compensated, and everything else. And the use of temps, the overly enthusiastic, I'll just say for lack of a more harsh term, use of temps subverts that system. And there's a temptation to do that when you have open positions and you have a lot of work and you've tried dumping that work on the employees who are left And maybe they're not getting it done, and maybe now the supervisor has to chip in, and maybe the manager has to pick up the phone and get some work done. But at the same time, there's also this, well, why don't we just hire some temps? And so there could be creep towards that. And if it starts, it's probably going to continue unless it's checked. And so we will be there, we will be watching for it. We will expect transparency. If we see transparency, if we see that temps are not being used other than in a temporary manner to perform unit work, temporary meaning not just the person holding that position as a temporary employee, but the position itself. When you hire 4 temps for an office and 18 years later you still have 4 temps, you've made a permanent position for temporary workers. The whole purpose of temporary workers is just to accommodate workflow that is increased above what your staff can do and is not expected to continue. If it's expected to continue, then you're supposed to create new positions to cover that work. That's how the system's worked my 34 years being here, and I have no other expectation that it will continue to work in that manner. As a matter of fact, it's my job to ensure that it does. So those are the two big things as far as meet and confer. I will just say that as far as meet and confer under AB 2561, public agencies must also continue to discharge their obligation to meet and confer over certain decisions that affect the matters within the scope of representation implicated by high vacancy rates, such as decisions to contract out bargaining work, removing work from the bargaining unit, placing it in the hands of others, and to make material changes to an employee's workload. So these are identified requirements under MMBA, and we'll be looking forward to making this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam, and you were right on time to the second. Great job. Thank you. You did it. So that concludes this portion of the special meeting. So we're going to move on back to the earlier 9 a.m. special meeting, and I believe we have a workshop. Who will be presenting from the administration? Let's hold the mic jokes to a minimum.
Good afternoon, Council. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to present an update on debt management for the City of Fresno. I'll be joined later in the presentation by Director Scott Mosier of Department of Public Works. Slide 2 just provides a summary of the topics that I will cover throughout today's presentation. I won't read them out to you, but we'll start to jump into them right away. First off, the California Constitution establishes the technical debt limits, if you will, for debt issued by municipalities. This limit applies specifically to general obligation bonds requiring 2/3 voter approval. And I'll get into more detail about general obligation bonds on the next slide. But included at the bottom are 4 exceptions to the California Constitution debt limit. And so really what I plan to do today is focus on the 2 boxes that have the green dash around them. I think they're most pertinent to today's conversation, but you can see the other examples of exceptions that are listed there. So for general obligation bonds, they can be issued, again, as I mentioned, with 2/3 voter approval, and debt service is repaid by property taxes that are levied on residents. The city has never issued general obligation bonds. It's the only mechanism that has a quote-unquote debt capacity. I know we've talked about that a lot. But from a regulatory perspective, it's the only mechanism that has that capacity, if you will. The debt capacity for GO bonds, general obligation bonds, is technically established by city charter, and it's set at a limit of 20% of total assessed values. So as of June 30th, 2024, that would equate to about $9.9 billion in bonding capacity, again, for general obligation bonds. And I'm going to get into some distinctions here in a minute. Yes, Councilman Barrios.
Sorry, Council President, kind of break protocol, but I recall that pension property tax bond that we have and we've had since Jim Patterson's days, isn't that one that's paid for by property taxpayers?
Yeah, so that's one of the exceptions. If you look at box 4, going back to slide 3, you'll see an exception to the debt capacity of obligations imposed by law. And the pension obligation bonds are that type of bond, that form of bond. I'm sorry? On box 4. So box 4, obligations imposed by law, pension obligation bonds are those type.
Sure. I appreciate the clarifying question, Council Vice President. But we'll hold up our questions till the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
So back to general obligation bonds, as I mentioned, the city charter is what technically establishes the bonding capacity limit for those types of bonds. But really, it's a capacity limit in name only. I find it hard to believe that the city would ever leverage that amount of debt and put that amount of debt onto the taxpayers. $9.9 billion would be a substantial property tax levy. So I'll move to slide 5 here, and this is lease revenue bond financing mechanism. I think for this is the council, this is what you may most be used to in terms of how the city has issued bonds. These type of bonds are secured by rental payments made by the general fund. And so voter approval is not required for this particular funding mechanism. And has been shared before in train memos and prior discussion that we've had. Quote-unquote capacity is really constrained by 2 elements. The first is rather simple, just affordability, the ability to make debt service payments. So that's really a function of stewardship, budgeting. That's the first element when you're considering issuing lease revenue bonds that bondholders, investors, the credit rating agencies will want to see and are concerned with. The second piece that we've talked about is a little bit more nuanced, and it refers to the fair rental value of the facility assets that we're using for financing. Since the annual debt service that we pay on the bonds can't exceed the fair rental value that is determined for an asset. And so I'll slow down a little bit because I know that's kind of a complicated concept. Took me a while to really understand myself. But fair rental value, say you have a facility, you're trying to determine on the market what could that facility be rented for. So just pulling rough numbers out of the air, let's say a facility asset has a value of $1 million worth of rental value a year. That $1 million could be considered as a debt service payment for bonds because it's been assessed at a fair rental value. Now that fair rental value, there's 2 important elements to determining that from the market's perspective when you're looking at the facility asset itself. When you're trying to determine what's the rental value of that asset, what the market's looking for is, number 1, comparability, meaning that, in commercial appraisals, for example, you can go out and look at comps and say, this office building is worth this, so I can make some correlation and extend that this building may be close to that value. It's a little bit more difficult with municipal assets because it's hard to find assets that are comparable. So take, for example, a park or a parking garage. Those aren't assets that are typically being leased in the general market, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to determine that value. The second element in determining the fair rental value is what's called let me look at my notes here. Comparability. Essentiality. Thank you. Thanks so much, Tina. So essentiality refers to what the market likes to see, especially from municipalities. Is this asset essential to the city's operations? So again, to give a kind of a juxtaposition, a safety facility is deemed by the market to be more essential than, say, a park because they know the safety facility is more essential to the city's core services and responsibilities. Does that make sense? So that's why oftentimes when we talk about bonding capacity, it's difficult to give a straight line answer. These 2 elements, affordability and fair rental value determination, they're carefully scrutinized by the credit agencies, the bond market, as I mentioned, when evaluating the city's creditworthiness and the strength of our proposed bond issuance. And again, it's because of these elements that it's difficult to determine a specific debt capacity for lease revenue bonds. However, at this particular time, I would say that the capacity is being driven more by affordability, our ability to afford, than it is asset availability. And just to kind of put a pin in that, I think it'd be fair to say if we were in a position of making budget cuts, for example, it would be fair to say that we were at capacity. So on slide 6, I just put an overview. I won't read them to you. I think these are probably most fairly obvious. Or what are some of the uses of lease revenue bonds that you most typically see? You see them being used, of course, for infrastructure, refinancing existing debt. The last point that I'll make on this slide is with regard to tax-exempt bonds may not be used to support salary costs unless they're related to the project itself that's being financed for. Next, I'll get into the credit rating process. Of course, this is an essential process for any financing. The credit rating provides investors of the city's bonds with an assessment of the level of risk in their investment into the city. This rating affects how the market is, whether they're interested in buying the city's bonds, and then, of course, ultimately the cost via interest rate. So credit rating agencies will generally assess an institution on the 5 categories that I've listed here on the slide. The first is simply financial performance. So they're going to look at the financial condition of the city, how are actual results compared to budget plans. They look at reserve levels and how those are being managed. The next condition they'll look at is the economic performance of the region. Obviously not something completely within control of the city itself, but they'll assess the economic condition of the geographic region. They'll look at things like unemployment rates, median income, diversity in our tax base. Those are things they like to see to kind of assess a higher rating for the economic performance. Next is debt burden or profile for the city. So what they're looking at here is currently how is the city positioned with regard to its debt strategy and portfolio. How much debt does it have outstanding, for example? And then lastly is they'll look at management and governance. So looking for things about stability, management stability, good policies of stewardship. Reserve policy is one they often hone in on, of course, as well. So on this slide, and again, I won't read them all, this is the City of Fresno's debt management policy. Again, something that the credit rating agencies will look to see, do we have good policy established? Are we following it? And you can see some of the elements of things that we try and execute from a debt management perspective. Maintaining access to cost-efficient borrowing, of course, achieving the highest practical credit rating. These are all things that bolster our debt profile and help us be good stewards when it comes to debt management. Slide 9 is the historical summary dating back to 2015 of our credit rating. As you've heard the mayor mention several times, currently we've got the highest credit rating in the city's history, as you can see there, based on the rating assessments. Since 2023, you can see the arrows indicate upgrades in our credit rating. And so you can see all rating agencies, the 3 primary, Moody's, S&P, and Fitch, have all upgraded the city's credit rating in the last couple of years. So now I'm going to transition to our current profile. And these next 2 slides are charts that you can find in our comprehensive debt report that's issued every year along with our ACFR. And so what this slide represents here is our annual anticipated debt service for citywide funds for the course of the next 10 years. So you're going to see water, sewer, airport, general government, for example. And then on slide 11, we drill down a little bit further to that same perspective of debt that's supported by the general fund. A couple, I think, highlights there that have been discussed, as you could see. That gray or charcoal section represents the pension obligation bonds and that debt service that's expiring in 2029. The distinction, probably, I'm noticing now it's probably not as clear. The LRBs refer to lease revenue bonds, which was the mechanism that I was talking about earlier. Leases refers to equipment leases that you all are familiar with for trucks, the helicopter, and things like that. And so, although you see a decline, it's likely that if there's budget resources, of course, departments are utilizing the master lease agreement to secure that type of financing for equipment. So in this slide, I summarize the current lease revenue bonds that are outstanding, and it includes for each debt issuance the city facility asset that is currently securing that debt. Towards the bottom of the slide, additional assets are listed that are available for collateral. As I mentioned earlier, described, some of these assets are good candidates for collateral, as I previously mentioned, because they're considered essential to the city's core functions and responsibilities. I mentioned things like fire and police stations, and you see some examples of those on the slide. However, there's other slides on there that may be used as collateral. However, they're less valuable from a bond market perspective, and we'd likely need to couple them with a more optimal asset from the market's perspective if we were pursuing a financing. A lot of that becomes clearer as we get into an actual financing conversation with raters and bond insurers. At this point in the presentation, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Director Scott Mosier to take us into Pave More Now, Pay Later.
Thank you, Santino, and good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Director, and so I'm here to talk more specifically about the needs in terms of our deferred street maintenance and the pavement network citywide, and how this is a key moment in time and a key opportunity to implement a project such as this. So to start off, I just wanted to highlight a number of points, a number of topics we'll be going over and talking about, ranging from how our pavement condition index, the acronym PCI, how that is deteriorating, to talk about year by year that PCI, and here are some real points in time that are very relevant to us. Looking back to 2008, citywide, this was a complete pavement management system update, a complete assessment that a professional consulting team had done. We had a 72 citywide. And as a refresher on ratings, 100 being a brand new street, 0 being completely failed, essentially just loose rock in the road with nothing left. 72 relatively nearly in good condition on average, degrading down to a 60, which is a fair at-risk condition by 2021, or the estimate of the current condition is a 55 for our citywide network. I want to talk about need to repave now before the streets decline further, and some rationale for that. Also, I'll go over construction cost escalation, what the reports are nationwide, as well as what we're seeing locally. I want to talk about how streets are more expensive to repair as they worsen in condition, and again, back to financing. And then also just some additional factors in addition to those metrics. What are some other benefits? Roadway safety, meaning not just vehicles, but even when we talk pedestrians and cyclists. Very challenging for cyclists when we have poor pavement conditions, pedestrians, potholes in the crosswalks, you name it. Vehicle wear and tear, there are a lot of national studies and statistics on the amount of damage that results in vehicles with road conditions, and then just general quality of life as well. So talking about the cost to repair streets. So this is a pavement degradation curve, and again, different parts of the country, different climates experience that in a little bit different ways and a different pace. Thankfully, we have a good climate in Central California. We don't have the extreme conditions of the north with freeze and thaw and those types of factors, but nonetheless, roads are continually degrading. At the top of the curve, it tends to be flatter, so a new street does not degrade as fast. And we talk about preventive maintenance, slurry seals. If we can catch those in a 7 to 10 year frequency, we can bring those right back up to nearly perfect condition and add life. Eventually, we have to repave. But when we fail to do that, then the degradation continues. And you can see, Council, you can see it's somewhat like a roller coaster curve. When we get to the later part of life, then it starts to rapidly degrade. The different colors and dollar amounts, these were provided by NCE, the consulting firm, as part of that report presented to Council in early 2022. These were cost at that time. This is the graphic from that presentation, that workshop. And you know, what's really notable is when the streets completely fail, we were talking surface complete reconstruction, $60 per square yard, as opposed to investing in good streets at $4.50 a yard, or that thin mill and overlay at $22. So, you know, tripling the cost by having it go from something in the range of, say, a PCI of 50 to 60 to have it go all the way down to 30 or below. So a key is catching those streets at the right time and actually saving dollars before they fail. All right, this was again a graphic from the 2021 report and that council workshop at the time. So that was the far left bar on the graph. The PCI, it was calculated by driving. The team drove every single street in the city. You may have seen the vehicles, vehicle with lots of cameras all around, capture every section of the street, every defect, every crack that's out there, and then using that standardized rating. It was found we were an average of a 60, and based upon construction cost at the time, the deferred maintenance was estimated at $505 million. What they did is this was the status quo program, looking at the city's 5-year plan and looking at the amount of investment through things like Measure C, SB1 gas tax per year, and what would happen. And essentially, we're under-investing. You can see that second year, 2022, little bit of a bump to 61. That was buoyed up by the ARPA dollars that were in the budget at the time, one-time capital, federal grants, especially ARPA, those investments. So we made an impact, and it was projected that gave us a little bump in the rating, but then it went back to degrading once again. At the time, it was projected in 2021 dollars that our deferred maintenance right now would be $677 million if you fast forward to 2025 at the time. So, but now we'll talk about construction cost escalation. That estimate is now escalated to $1.2 billion. We've looked into nationwide trends. There's a lot of tracking and reporting of that. Apologize, the numbers are a little bit small. This is out on the U.S. Department of Transportation website, Federal Highway Administration. So nationwide, tracking those construction costs. They've gone up 65% in a 4-year period. So that's first quarter 2021 to quarter 1 of 2025. So 65%. And that sharp increase has really been the last 4 years, post-pandemic conditions. But even prior to that, there was a steady growth of 5 to 10% cost per year, which are very significant. Locally, looking at numbers, this is a snapshot, some projects. I know the council will recall a number of these projects completed back in 2021, 2022. A highlight on this is the cost per lane mile. So, for example, a 1 mile long road, 4-lane road, 4 lanes, 1 mile long, that's 4 lane miles, and that's a fair way to talk about that. So costs typically were in the range of around $300,000 per lane mile. A couple recently awarded construction contracts from this year, you can see that we're well over $500,000 per lane mile, or most recently the Peach Avenue. Got great bids. We're under our engineer's estimate for it, but we're at $663,000 per lane mile now. We have one coming up in FY26. Projects in District 7, federally grant funded on First Street, 1 mile long. That project price tag's over $5 million. So on that work, you know, at about $1.25 million per lane mile for the work. So rapid construction cost increases. So therefore, the proposal is, again, to implement a $100 million repaving program over the next 2 fiscal years. As staff, we have had discussions with some council district offices. These are not brand new concepts or brand new projects. They've been on the needs list for years. Currently, these are projects that are unfunded. Going through the slide, we list council district, the location, how many miles, the PCI. Again, on those, you can see that these are in the poor condition range on PCI. I want to clarify, so the column where it says DPW proposed, Department of Public Works, this was the initial staff proposal from about 6 months ago, just identified needs. The far right column, council proposed, is after some further discussions with individual council district offices and then looking at other projects in the needs list. That shows some refinement of this list, projects from initial department staff recommendation that have gone out, others that have been substituted in. And I just want to say that as staff, we're strong recommendation for the far right column. This is not a situation of, we're not here today before you recommending that left-hand column. That just shows the evolution of this list and some project recommendations that we'd say they're still good projects, but let's tackle those in the future. The far right column is balanced and represents $100 million. Year one, as shown, would be a $51.2 million investment. And then year two on the program at $48.7 million, a grand total of $100 million. These are citywide. A lot of the year one projects are those that could be delivered more quickly. They represent more major streets that simply need ADA concrete curb ramp work at the corners. And these are projects that could be packaged up, bid out, and executed by contractors. Pretty straightforward work. We've included a lot more projects in year two that deal with a number of neighborhoods. A lot of these projects in neighborhoods involve extensive curb gutter sidewalk repairs. It's critical that that type of work happens first in the sequence so that we don't, repave a street and then go in and start breaking and cutting it up, doing the work for the concrete repair, saw cutting. The sequence is best, far better, do the concrete repairs, get that done, and then be ready to go with the paving. So with that, no doubt there are certainly questions on specific projects, and both our controller, Denise, and myself, and staff were available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. So first we have punched up Councilmember Maxwell, followed by Councilmember Richardson.
Thank you, Council President. I think my first question is going to be for Santino, if you don't mind coming in. Part of the reason that I was supportive of doing some sort of PowerPoint slideshow before a vote is because I think the easiest way you're going to be able to get my support in some version of passing this is by contextualizing it, right? $100 million, is that a little? Is that a lot? It's hard to say unless we have the full context of what our bonding capacity is. And today we're specifically talking about lease revenue bonds, so I'll keep my comments specific to that. And I know on slide 5, you kind of break down how that calculation is made, and I understand it could be a difficult calculation to make, especially depending on the facility. Some of them are hard to assess. What is the lease value of a park or a convention center? Different than what it would be for a youth sports center, for example. But to the best of our ability, and again, I'm not looking for a specific number, but a ballpark, what is our current LRB capacity? And I get that this is a calculation of what our facility asset availability is, what the fair rental value of each of those are, how many have been bonded against already versus how many have not been bonded against, or the bond has rolled off. What is that ballpark number, Santino?
Apologies. I don't mean to be evasive, but it really is difficult to assign a number. What I would say is that based on these facilities, we feel comfortable with a $100 million financing plan for PAVE now. And really, that conversation, again, it really crystallizes when we go to our financing team, when we talk with the bond insurers about our plan and what we want to finance, the project, the assets that we plan to use, and then they begin to give us feedback. And frankly, they may tell us, and I think this has happened in times past, we'll bring them a collection of assets, and they might say, you know what, we want this one instead of that one because we feel more comfortable insuring the bond. So
I don't think you're being evasive.
I'm so sorry.
I get the difficulty in all of this, but I could appreciate your comfort level given your background and knowledge that I do not possess. But if our capacity is $101 million, I'm not approving this. If it's $500 million, now maybe there's a different conversation. And so without some sort of context, I can't make a good faith decision.
Let me, I'm so sorry. We're playing a little musical chairs here. I want to give just a little bit more information, and I'll step out further on the limb or the plank, as some might say. But because we are not looking at it necessarily a direct equation related to assets, we have plenty of assets to support not only this deal but something further. And we know that we've obviously been in detailed contact with our financial advisors and with underwriters in order to make sure that this was feasible, not only feasible, but comfortable. And we are confident of that, without a doubt.
Show me something as soon as next week saying that we have at least a certain dollar amount
I'm going to give you a number
capacity.
right now.
Okay.
Okay, so let me continue.
Good, appreciate
Stick with me for just a second. So whereas in the past, we had all of available assets under collateral. They were collateralized. We didn't have assets available. Well, now we know some of those assets are falling out. It was in Santino's presentation, and we've identified other assets that were just never before identified. And so we have gone out and we have asked for those fair value on a rental basis in order to make sure that we're comfortable, and we are more than comfortable and confident and have assets. We're now talking about an affordability situation. And the reason why this particular proposal is affordable is because we have debt service payments that are falling off our schedule in 2029. The general fund portion of those debt service savings is about $12.8 million. The debt service on a $100 million bond, now of course things can change and the market rates will be different for sure. Not everything is going to stay the same as far as market conditions are concerned, but we have $12.8 million that our expenses will be reduced because debt service goes away, and this bond estimated somewhere between $7.5 and $8 million a year to repay. So that leaves us approximately $4 million additional affordability if the mayor and the council wanted to prioritize and only prioritize going out for additional bonds.
That tells me how much we have to repay bonds. It
That's
doesn't
right.
tell me the bond
Equates
capacity.
to an additional approximate $50 million
In capacity.
in capacity.
That's on top of course, the
100.
facilities that we've approved recently, in addition to the pay more now, pay later.
Yes.
Let me ask clarification of Ruthie. So the 50 million capacity is based on affordability, but not assets. What do we, I think the question was, what assets, if we could come up with more money to pay
I guess to me, it doesn't matter if that number is higher, if our affordability only allows us to go up to 50 million.
Correct. What you're looking for is what kind of assets, additional assets, do we have above the 100 million to borrow against?
Correct.
Yes. That's what I thought.
And you're saying you think that's higher than 50, Mayor?
I do. I know it's higher. I believe that it's higher. We won't know until we go to the market, but based on the information we have now, Santino shared this in the slide. Go back, if we want to go back to that slide.
Which slide, City Manager?
Let's see. Slide 9, I
Slide
believe.
12.
Yeah, slide 12.
Slide 12.
Slide 12.
So what I'm saying is, it's not an exact science, and conditions, market conditions could change. Interest rates could go up by 2%. They could go up by 4%.
But I have
like
to
they
make the
have.
decision
Right,
today
exactly.
or relatively
And
soon.
that's all we can do is make a recommendation based on the information that we have today. And I want to be a little more clear in answering your question. It's not an asset issue now. We will have to package assets together carefully. We'll have to make sure that the bond market accepts the packaging of those assets and that we can sell that when the time comes. Sure. But initial indications are that's not the issue. We have at least what we can afford. We have that to back ourselves with the assets. And affordability, again, is just seeing what debt service payments come off of the schedule and then filling that in.
And you did a good job listing them here, whether it's the Fresno B building, you have Fire Station 18, the new Southeast Police Substation. We just don't have any values for those, unfortunately. I don't know if there's an answer to this, Santino, but let's say that theoretically we bond $100 million against a city asset. And we've paid off half of that over however many years. Do we then, as a city, have the ability to go back and bond against the part of that facility or that asset that's been freed up?
Yeah, I think I know what you're asking. And generally, I would say when the financing is done, the asset value contemplates the pay down schedule, if you will. So that's all contemplated.
Say that in other terms.
So that's being considered when
Fowler terms.
That's a part of the consideration when we bring the financing plan together, is that debt will be paid down over time and how those assets are backing the financing plan in totality.
Does that free us then to go back against that same asset?
It could.
Before it's been fully paid off?
It could. So here's perhaps a better way to answer it. The first bullet on slide 12, right? These were assets that were in the master lease previously, and given where we're at in the progress of making debt service, those assets have been released from the master lease and are now available to be recollateralized.
Animal Center?
No, I'm sorry. The first bullet after the table.
Understood.
So it says facilities recently released from the lease revenue.
Those are what allowed us to go for Fire Station 12 and the 911 call center.
No, we're gonna in that instance we're gonna use the assets themselves in that financing plan.
Those were bonded against themselves.
Right.
These. Santino, if I can just interrupt you, and if we get, let's say, 10 or 15 years down the road, and we want to look at the asset value versus the balance that's due on the debt, and it also makes sense in an interest rate and other market environment, we could refinance and do a new bond issuance 10 or 15 years down the road, and then perhaps release some of the assets that were previously collateralizing. So does that make sense?
One more time, City Manager, please.
So if we have to, let's say we have to take 4 assets into the bond deal for $100 million.
Sure.
But then we get 10 years down the road, and now we only owe $70 million instead of $100.
Yep, some of those.
Now we could refinance with only 3 assets, and one of those assets becomes available. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you. And as a reminder, we'd be bonding against what for the pave more now, pay later?
Well, again, that's where, the next phase of this conversation would be taking that plan to bond market in a collection of these assets.
Potentially parking garage 8, Cylinder Arena, and Woodward
exactly.
Park that have been freed up recently.
But yes, and of course, from our perspective, we would like to take the smallest amount of assets forward to
the minimum amount required.
Create the most amount of flexibility for the city.
Okay. Couple questions for maybe admin or mayor. Strategically, why not try to build more money into a future Measure C instead of pursuing this route? I know that we're getting very little currently for roads, and so I get the current predicament, but why not try to offload some of this into that measure?
So Measure C is a countywide initiative, right? You'd have to get buy-in from everyone, which perhaps you could. Second is it is a renewal measure, And that renewal measure is based on the current parameters of the existing measure. So a half-cent sales tax is currently what Measure C is, I believe. It's a half cent. And so it would have to be a half cent. Now, if it was going to be anything above a half cent.
Wouldn't be a renewal.
It wouldn't be a renewal. It's my understanding you would have to go back and
advertise it differently.
Not just advertise it. I think in order to get it, if it's going to be where you're going to go out and get a certain number of ballots to put it, or signatures to put it on the ballot, I think it would have to be a different process for sure.
So either a different process or reallocation of existing.
The other aspect of it is if you continue to go forth with a half-cent sales tax, but there's a different reallocation. Now, that's exactly what we were trying to do on the last Measure C renewal.
Correct.
Where we ended up with...
Where we were successful in the negotiations to an extent.
Yes, we were going to actually triple the amount of money that was going to be utilized for local roads repairs, street repairs.
That had been around $20 million?
It would have been 53%, so probably around about $25 million.
$25 million.
Had we got that one through.
And that was for complete streets?
Well, yes. Complete streets.
A little flexibility.
Repaving of streets, it could have been curb, sidewalks, gutters, although I think we had a cap on sidewalks, and I can't remember what that was, negotiated at the last moment.
Okay, Mayor, I'm looking at slides 18 and 19 of this presentation. I know we spoke about this, and I assume you spoke to this about others because we have this right-hand column. Council proposed. So and again, I don't know where my colleagues stand on this. I'll tell you where I stand on this. If we pass this $100 million bond, it will cover just under 10% of our total needs for asphalt repair. Does that sound about right, Director? $1.2 billion, so just under 10%. So if we go through this, I just want to make sure that we're being super responsible and going strictly off of PCI and not Councilmember Maxwell has an affluent neighborhood that calls in more than others, and I'm going to allocate financing towards that street as opposed to one that actually needs it because it's in the 20s, or one that's going to be there in 4 or 5 years because it's at the 40, 50 scale. And I don't know off of this list on slide 18 and 19, Director Mosier, I mean, I see some that are 22%, I see some that are 51%. And so I just want to make sure for each of these council districts, are these the absolute lowest PCI scores per district? Because personally speaking, I think they are not.
And Council, these are not the absolute very lowest PCI scores per district. In some cases, the lowest PCI score in a certain district often is a county road that we've annexed in that new development will be rebuilding. A great example I think of in District 3, one of our worst is a section of Central Avenue from Orange to Cedar. That road was built, decades and decades ago. As a city, we've been hesitant to put any discretionary money into that other than filling lots of potholes because that's completely funded out of our developer fee program.
Sure, that's one instance, but I see many instances on here that look like they're probably not the lowest PCI in the district.
Scott,
correct. And
didn't you gather to also try and get economies of scale?
Yes, and Council, so economies of scale, certain streets where it's a mile long worth of paving, but also back to talking about the graphic on the degradation curve, how that occurs. If we went to the very worst, instead of repaving, say, 40 miles, we'll be repaving 15 miles citywide, 15 or 20. The projects become just so expensive, the return on investment is not there. Yes, we would take care of some of the very worst streets, but from a cost-effective standpoint and maximizing the benefit, we wouldn't achieve that goal. We'd achieve a different goal of addressing the very worst, but not the long-term investment for the
But I
city.
guess my ask
Let
to
me add something to that, because I think what you're bringing up is super important, because I do believe that there is a multiplier effect. And that multiplier effect is that not only are we taking care of, say, 10% of our deferred maintenance today, we are also having, we're not going to discontinue our pothole elimination efforts with the hot patch, cold patch.
True.
And we're going to actually enhance our ability to do increased slurry seal in our existing roads.
How many years do you think that treatment gives us before the road slides into the next?
I think it depends on what the PCI is of that existing road, because as you know, I mean, I think it's the first 7 years or so, if you do a slurry seal, every 7 to 10 years is ideal, or 7 to 8 years for a slurry seal. And if you wait to the 10th year, you know, you're going to have less of a success with that. So it was about how do we bridge a gap of need between now and when Measure C renewal occurs, which doesn't allow us to continue to have the degradation that's going to cause the 1.2 billion to escalate to 2.2 billion.
And that's assuming Measure C
now and then.
passes.
And that's assuming as Measure C passes. And if Measure C does pass, so we have the pay more now, pay later, then we have the ongoing slurry seal, we have our ongoing road maintenance work in addition to that, currently Measure C, 7 to 8 million a year, and then the pothole elimination team, and then when Measure C does pass, the opportunity maybe to bond against that and do something very similar to this again.
Well, I guess my good governance appeal to my colleagues would be to submit streets that you think are worse, but not having them officially added to this list unless your staff could confirm it is actually a worse PCI and just as good, if not pretty darn close, bang for your buck. Otherwise, this is not worth it to me.
And Council, I did want to emphasize in the proposed FY26 budget, there's just a single line item for Pave Now at 100 million. You will not see a list of specific streets in there, and the action before you, this is the workshop, but the reimbursement resolution also does not list out specific streets. That's still a follow-up process to reach concurrence on how the money would be invested in the streets. This is the recommendation. Snapshot on time, I believe, with the city manager's office. We believe we're close on that. We've gotten a lot of good input, but it's not cast in concrete yet. This is not a final list to be approved today.
But to that point, though, I mean, approving this before having those streets identified kind of presents its own concerns. Understand?
Yes, I mean, my hope, my goal was at the beginning is I asked our Public Works Department, identify our worst streets, the ones, and you have 100 million to work with. Identify the worst streets that we think we can impact, and a lot of those were going to be corridors and thoroughfares, and we were going to perhaps reserve the neighborhood streets for the Measure C renewal. That was the original thought. It could have went just the opposite, do the neighborhood streets first and come back and do the others with Measure C. So, but what I wanted to make sure was we started with a guide that was flexible and then go to the council. I wanted to be respectful of council desires because you know your neighborhoods better than I know your neighborhood.
And I appreciate that, sure.
And so I still want to offer that, but at the same time, I respect what you just said, and that in order to support this, it needs to make financial sense for us to do it, and it makes financial sense if we go after the worst roads. However, if we go after certain roads before they become worse, maybe that makes sense too.
And that's why I'm open to a little flexibility. I think you should be open to council recommendations, but I think there's got to be a litmus test in place to ensure that.
I think certainly within this that if you want to set a floor or ceiling, my brain is
But I don't want to do that for a PCI because, as Director Mosier pointed out, it might be a little higher PCI, but it's a better bang for the buck.
Yeah.
And so I get it's a calculation, it's a formulaic decision. And so if there are streets presented to you, I would just ask that you take that into consideration.
Councilmember, I think, I don't know when, we've been trying to do this, obviously, for the last, I don't know, maybe 6 weeks of trying to narrow in as close as possible, but once again, trying to have council be involved in helping select the projects. We can go back to Public Works, check the PCI score, check the biggest bang for the buck, so we can be as flexible and move as quickly as we can. We're ready right now if there are recommendations, and also there were certain instances where council members said, hey, blah, 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 I like these streets instead, and got the estimates, except it exceeded the dollar amount available for that particular year. So obviously we have, a limit on how much we can spend each year, but we're ready to roll up our sleeves. I understand your consternation about, wanting to know which streets, and I hear what you're saying. We're ready to roll up our sleeves and work with you to get those answers for you. I don't know what we can do other than to tell you, and I feel like we've demonstrated, we won't go, we were really trying to make this paving season. There's a whole bunch of work that we can get done in the summer months. So that is what is driving the desire to do the reimbursement resolution, so we can start gearing up and start paving.
I just want to make sure the streets picked are on an economic decision and not a political one.
I hear what you're saying.
100% with you. 100% with you.
And if you all tell us that, and if you want to, maybe that's your policy that you pass, just strictly giving us feedback and direction.
You got the direction. I'm not going to pass a policy. You got the direction.
We're just trying to move the ball forward. I hear what you're saying. We are ready, willing, and able to work with you, and Public Works, we're ready to do it. Let's figure out what the streets are, get confirmation from Public Works that those are good selections, and try and start work in this paving season, because I just honestly, from the sheer volume that we got feedback on McKinley Avenue, I can only imagine what kind of feedback we'll get if we can start getting out in the field this summer and getting streets paved.
Agreed. I forget who mentioned the $7.5 to $8 million general fund. Was that you, Assistant City Manager? Or Mayor?
I think we do about 7.5 with Measure C dollars today a year, 7.5 to 8.
About 7.5 to 8. However, that
I'm sorry. I'm referring to the debt service.
I may have misunderstood. Were you talking about bond payment or what?
I was talking about the debt service for the pave now, paid later. That was same ballpark range, though, right?
Ruthie, that's what you said, right?
Yes.
Correct.
And then, Mayor, you and I talked about this before. I don't know the number off the top of my head for our public safety facilities. I know part of that is planned to be paid back with impact fees, but part of it would be a hit to the general fund. What would be the annual general fund hit for those two facilities combined?
So just the general fund portion, we're estimating about at $1.5 million for both. It's about half. The other half being covered by impact fees.
Another 1.5.
Can you break it down per? So each facility is about 19 million. There's certain bonding amounts on each. So if you could, for the council, let them know what would be general fund debt service on Fire Station 12, and what would be impact fees, and then the same for the station.
Sure. Yeah.
Or the comp center.
I'll have to follow up with those specifics. I just have the total in my head at the moment.
But
I have them from Ruthie. Yeah, it's 50%, but it's. Do you have the?
Again, please don't hold me to these exact numbers because market conditions could change.
Oh, council would never do that.
No council would ever do that, or newspaper. But each facility is, as the mayor said, is about just under $19 million that will be going out to the market.
Right.
And so you can just double this.
Understood.
So the general fund portion is $750,000, and impact fees will pay $750,000. The total debt service will be $1.5 million.
The 1.5 is not the general fund, it's half of that is the general fund.
Yes.
Okay.
Then for each facility.
So we're looking at about, come 2029, and if we're including pave more now, pay later, 911, and 12, that's about a 9 to a 9.5 million general fund.
If all
commitment.
other things remain equal, yes.
And now you could see city manager, why I don't think $9 million is all that much money. But that's another conversation.
And then with the relief on the debt service schedule of close to $13 million, that leaves about $4 million nexus. And so if you just extrapolate out, which is all I did to come up with the number of the additional capacity from an affordability perspective. Right, and assumes a lot of things. All other things remaining equal.
Okay. I know you mentioned $50 million as potential capacity held over, Assistant City Manager. I'll wait, that's all right. I know you mentioned that number.
I did. So in other words, the additional resources could support what in additional capacity, and that answer would be another $50 million.
Could you give me a list showing how you could cobble together that number with our different facilities and the dollar amounts to each to get to 50 to be confident enough to give that dollar amount?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I think the start of it is definitely on page 12, but we could bundle it together in order to give you that same level of confidence. Absolutely. Just so long as we have the flexibility to use different assets.
Where are you referring to on page 12?
On page 12.
Talking about Selland Arena, Woodward Park.
The arrows that say facilities recently released from lease revenue bond utilization, those facilities are available to be collateralized, as well as the next arrow, other facilities for consideration.
Okay.
Do you follow?
No, I follow.
Councilmember?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So if we were to approve this bonding proposal, that would essentially tie up about 2/3 of our bonding capacity for lease revenue bonding. Mayor, would you humor me and provide me with the $75 million version of this plan, which would be about half of our capacity as estimated by your Assistant City Manager?
Yeah, when we had our initial discussions, we did different scenarios. We looked at what 50 looked like, what 75 looked like, and at the end of it, we said, why not 100?
And it's
right?
a nice number.
So scalability is obviously, this body is going to be the one to decide, but certainly in the budget, I put in $100 million. Right. You know what that debt service looks like and when it would take effect, and what our bonding capacity is beyond that. And should this council decide to go $75 million, that's the prerogative of this council.
If you could just provide me with what that list might look like, Mayor, so it's divvied up evenly with the council districts.
When you say the list,
I'm talking about like the list on page or slide 18 and 19 for year 1 and year 2.
You're talking about what the projects would look
Mayor.
like?
Yes. That's right.
Yeah, we can do that. And then we also looked at, quite frankly, what our capacity was as a city to be able to deliver on that based on what we've found with ARPA in terms of self-performing by our Public Works Department. So the goal was obviously to get this approved so that we could start self-performing much of the work this summer during the hot weather. And then secondarily, to prepare all of the enabling documents, all of the other documents we need for going out to bid for future work. So,
and I think you brought me to the next trepidation I just wanted to voice. I don't know if I have any questions, but by doing this in-house, most of these are major streets, thoroughfares, corridors.
We would outsource the overwhelming majority of this. and they can tell you what that is. But we were looking at what was the capacity, even with us outsourcing, based on what we know today of the people that are out there that we can outsource to.
Right.
Scott can answer that better than I can.
Well, I haven't asked a question just yet. So before you answer, let me ask an actual question, please. If we're going to be outsourcing this, is there going to be enough internal capacity for neighborhood streets and roads? Because that's a lot of my requests are from inside actual neighborhoods. And when we have to outsource them and pay for them with our internal public works dollars, which are about $300,000, and we have to outsource it, it doubles or triples the cost. And so I'm just wondering what this does to our internal capacity, because when I'm able to do those projects internally, I'm able to save a lot more money. So could you speak to that, please, Director?
Absolutely. So Council, let me first mention there's an item coming before you on June 12th that also aligns with the FY26 budget, and the staff proposal, the administration recommendation on the budget is that we would align our SB1 concrete repair work with these Pave Now projects. So the SB1 proposed project list before you that includes operational projects in the street maintenance division would have SB1 neighborhood concrete repairs, that we would have that ready and in place, and then the Pave Now funding winds up being the repaving of those neighborhoods. Also, we maintain internal capacity for SB1 and Measure C funded paving. We have to have a budget that actually funds the operational costs, the salaries, fringe, equipment usage, asphalt, concrete materials, so that's in the street maintenance division. It's not dependent upon the Pave Now proposal. So it keeps us flexible. It maintains capacity for some, for example, council infrastructure funded neighborhood sidewalk repairs.
Is there a percentage of these projects that you could say would be outsourced versus in-house?
As far as these projects, the proposal is that all of the paving on these projects list would be bid out to the contractors. We found that the private sector is doing that work very well. It's been cost effective, timely, but we find that our own crews that we do the concrete repair work extremely well. Those are very challenging to bid out and tend to be they tend to be more expensive from both the standpoint of soft cost and hard cost for the contractors.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I apologize for all the questions. It's not because I don't think this is a good idea. I know when we talked about SEDA a couple meetings ago, some of my colleagues said that'd probably be one of the biggest decisions they make. I disagree. I think this is probably the biggest decision that I'll be making, the most impactful. And so I just want to make sure that I have a full understanding before taking a vote on this. And again, it's not to say I don't think this is a good plan or not supportive. I just want to make sure I'm making an educated decision.
No, I appreciate that. And, you know, the advantage I have that the council doesn't have, obviously, is that I probably had 8 or 9 meetings with my team on this. And many of the questions, most of the questions you asked, I asked. And I too, want to make sure this is the right thing to do, which is why we first started at 50 and then we got to 100, and what's our bonding capacity. I definitely don't want to leave a future administration in debt, but at the same time, I don't want to leave a future
PG&E bills.
Yeah, I don't want to leave a future administration with all this maintenance. So, you know, I think that's all of our dilemma here. We want to do what's right while the time we're in these chairs.
Okay, so. Mayor, if you could just follow up with that altered list for me, please, and then Assistant City Manager, if you could also provide that list that I requested. I appreciate it. Thank you. That'll be all.
The 75 million.
75 million version plan, as well as the list of assets and how you propose to cobble together an additional $50 million of capacity amongst those assets.
Okay, so 75 million over the same time frame, 2 years. Okay, and then the other one is The assets. Okay, we'll get that to you.
I appreciate it. That'll conclude my brief remarks, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. I never should have asked about those franchise fees. See what happens to turn the power off. Okay, next we have Councilmember Richardson, followed by Councilmember Esparza.
If that was brief, I don't know what to call mine. Director Mosier, if you don't mind. Just a few questions. On page 18 and 19, can you speak briefly to what red priority and orange priority mean? I noticed there wasn't directly a correlation to the PCI, so I was a little confused.
Yes, Council. So, and we did not, don't believe we included a map of that with the attachments, but more specifically, so there's an area, the South Van Ness Industrial District. We have a number of streets in poor condition. This is in the area of kind of South Van Ness. Yes. So Los Angeles, Cherry Avenue, a number of streets. And we'd group them into red, orange. There's just different streets within the area. The red, what are shown as a higher priority, it's basically Los Angeles between Broadway and East, Cherry Avenue, Fulton Street, Anna, and M Street from San Benito, the other side of the 41 freeway down to Pearl. Orange is a different level of Sarah Street, Mary, Braley, and Woodward. So those are some that we've heard from the community. Also some discussions with Councilmember Arias' staff and looking at those. A lot of needs in that area. This does not address every street and every need in the South Van Ness Industrial District, but we feel it addresses the highest priority, greatest needs.
Okay.
Those are the red and orange.
Based more on community feedback is kind of what I'm gathering?
A little bit, but a lot more from just an objective look at the streets that have the highest traffic, most critical for circulation, greatest benefit from that investment.
Okay. That kind of leads to my second question. I would imagine with this priority list, it's not only based on PCI, as kind of was mentioned earlier, which roads are specifically the worst. You mentioned economies of scale, and I would imagine that vehicle trips, like vehicles traveling on that thoroughfare, had something to do with it as well. More heavily traveled roads probably work their way onto this list.
Absolutely, of higher volume roadways. These, from a public works perspective, these are all really strong recommendations of good projects. We have heard from the community loud and clear on many of these for quite a number of years. For example, Councilmember Richardson in your district, highly traveled roadways like Cedar Avenue. In fact, just recent community meetings, we've heard about that from the public. First Street, Nees Avenue, some critical ones that the community has seen just getting worse and worse and wondering when will there be some relief.
Okay. The PCI standard, those metrics, is that a state standard? Is it a national standard? Is it like a NTSB thing?
That is a national standard. I do not know if it's utilized in Europe or nations in Asia, but it's used countrywide, nationwide.
I'm less concerned with those other countries, but
absolutely.
I'm curious to see our average PCI as a city, how that looks, not necessarily broken down in the district, but as a city, and how that compares to other municipalities our size. I have no idea if San Jose is an average of 50 or 60 or 70, just to kind of see a little bit of transparency as how we stack up to other cities in California of comparable size. If you don't have any information on it, that's something I can request offline. But
we'd be glad to provide that information. Back in the 2022 update, we did include slides for the council workshop on other municipalities in the Central Valley, but we also have that data statewide. So it's really not just a Fresno issue, but it's a statewide and in many ways a nationwide issue on infrastructure.
I would imagine. And then final question, this is year one, and then we have on slide 19, year two of the projected projects. The PCIs that are there, are those the current average PCI for those projects, or is that projected out 2 years from now to where it's expected to be?
This is the estimated PCI today.
Estimated today. So these are all likely by the time these are commenced to be worse than they currently are.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. And then final thing, I guess more of a request. This chart on slide 14 is fantastic. This really makes it easy to understand, both in cost and in chronological terms, what these different remedies bring. If there is any way in the future we could add to this, where this gets us back to. And what I mean by that is, 3 thin mill and overlays equal 1 surface reconstruction. But what's the difference? What point does that get us back to? As was mentioned earlier, a slurry seal doesn't last forever. So where does that kind of take us back on the degradation process? That would be helpful to understand so we can really kind of internalize what we're doing to a street when we pursue one of these lower levels of remedy, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, and we will definitely provide that information. In fact, when we did the workshop in 2022, part of what the professional consulting team had shown is, you can take the approach of worse streets in which let them completely fail, have this high cost, and then that brings it back up. Or take that approach of some that are in kind of fair to poor condition, not as expensive, and it's a smaller dip, and then it brings it all the way back up. So and what's advantageous about it? The public gets to experience that, seeing it in good to fair condition and not having to go all the way to the worst.
Sure. As I mentioned, this is great and it has almost all of the information that I could want to understand it thoroughly. But that's all I had. Thank you, Director. Listening to you and Director Horn, I feel like I leave here smarter every time. So thanks for your presentation.
Thank you. And Council, our Assistant City Manager, Nick Messia, he had a hard copy handy of that 22 presentation, and at that time, Fresno was a PCI of 60. The statewide average was 66. So we're a little bit worse. Locally, we're actually the same as Sacramento, Modesto, Stockton. Just we're a little bit better than Fresno County on average. But boy, we're lower than our neighbor to the east. Clovis was a 72.
Oh, yeah.
And they tend to remain higher than we do.
All right. Thank you for the context.
Thank you.
That's all I had, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we have Council Member Esparza, followed by Council Vice President.
Thanks, Council President. I think most of my questions have been largely answered through the cross-examinations so far. You got to where I wanted us to be was understand what the capacity was. Capacity seems to be about 50% higher than we are aiming for. Even higher, actually, if you go beyond the affordability. So I'd actually be inclined to maybe raise this, maybe raise the amount, just depending on what the will of the council is. We've got one kind of shot here to repave roads. I know, I think I would surmise that residents would be happy with the trade-off of a little bit more debt, but more roads and more neighborhoods paved. So I want to throw that out there as a consideration. If that's not the will, it's not the will.
What would you? Councilmember Maxwell asked for 75 million. And we have already 100. Are you asking for a higher amount that we would provide you in terms of?
Obviously, you could not exceed the 150, right? I mean, so the maximum would be like twice.
Some of us will still be serving on this body when the general funds need to be paid.
Well, we're all going to still be living here. We're all going to.
How about if we do 75, 100, and 125? Or do you want 150 also?
In terms of the analyses?
I feel like it's the price
Sure.
is right.
Yeah, sure.
75, 100, 125?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we gotta max you out so you have nothing left to fund SATA with.
All right. Thought I had your support, I'm seeing.
Okay, back on topic. Okay. Does that conclude your comments?
Just out of curiosity, I mean, we heard from the director that might have been yesterday or a couple of days ago that our total deferred maintenance right now is about 1.5 billion. With what? With sidewalks. It all counts, I mean, just out of curiosity, Ruthie, I mean, what would the city, what would the residents be looking at if we went out for general obligation bonds and asked them and told them, hey, we'll fix every single thing, every single piece of infrastructure in this city. but you've got to approve these bonds. I mean, what kind of debt service would we be looking at there? Astronomical, I'm sure.
In that instance, I think the answer that you'd like is not just what the debt service is, but what would the burden be to the taxpayers on $100,000 of assessed valuation on average, just to say. And that I'll have to, I can't estimate it in my head. I'll have to run some numbers and get back to you. But I think that's a fair question, and we definitely can provide that information quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the residents, I mean, this is really one of their top priorities when it comes to municipal government. Right up there with public safety, right, folks? I mean, everywhere you go in the city, right? I mean, we run into it, we drive these roads too. I mean, I think it'd be a very popular cause to get behind for residents. But it's also, incumbent upon us not to exceed too far what our capacity would be. So I was curious, what that might look like if we can get that number. I don't know if that was ever a consideration to go out to the voters, possibly in partnership with the revenue source. Really just depends.
We did have that conversation. We talked about the time it would take to get there versus what we could do based on a council decision here and how we could start work this summer. So, this was the most expedient path. What you're talking about maybe is even a phase 2 long-term path. I don't know.
Yeah, and we're taking care of 10% of it. And it's a great start. But okay. Yeah, that really, I think, is the extent of my questions for now.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Next, Councilmember Richardson, Council Vice President, followed by Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. City Clerk, can you pop this flash drive? I'd like to have conversations about real things, not numbers. Got a flash drive. So Mayor, for your edification, as my colleague from Berkeley would say, the request I want is an outline of $150 million. That's the plan that I'm looking for.
What did you just say?
150.
Okay.
And a couple points I'd like to make on this world of... First, let me get to some basic understanding questions. The list of projects that you saw, now those, go to the next pictures. Next ones. Is that the right slide? No, it's not there. There you go. Nope, not it either. Street conditions, there you go.
I hope there's no personal photos here.
I hope so.
Actually, I hope there are.
Yeah. See photos of my dogs. So that's Tower District, if you can go down a bit. There we go. So a couple of points I want to make. On the question of bonding, Assistant City Manager, you made a reference, and so did the Controller, about sometimes we bond out and we commit lease payments towards the bonding payment. Is that correct? When we built Chachansey Stadium, that was the original intent, right? To have the baseball team pay the bond payments of the mortgage through their lease payment. Am I correct?
Partially. At the time when the rent was the 1.5 million, they weren't going to be the whole payment.
But a portion of the bond payment was going to be the rent, right?
Well, I mean, theoretically, that would be revenue coming in that would help offset our obligation. I believe the bond payments was in the 4 million range for Grizzlies. Am I correct?
If you can just get back to me, you don't have to give me a bad number on the spot.
But I mean, it certainly didn't cover the whole payment.
And the current lease agreement, we reduced the rent, so now the city's absorbing a larger portion of that bond payment, correct?
Correct.
All right, so essentially we can start at some point expecting all this revenue, and over time, with changes of contracts and conditions, end up absorbing the majority of that payment.
Theoretically, obviously, I think a baseball stadium is different than street improvements that we
Correct.
own and control.
Yeah. But in the street improvements, we don't generate revenue, right? They're just
You are,
stagnant assets.
absolutely, you're correct.
Was that the same rationale and same structure used for the expansion of the convention center, that revenue from the convention center would then go towards payment of that mortgage?
Okay, you're going way back now. Ruthie, were you here then?
I was not.
It was Jim Patterson, mayor, and if I remember, oh my gosh, I'm going to the recesses of my brain.
Is he also the same mayor that bonded out pension obligations? And bonded out
I don't
the
believe so. Those
hiring of
were-
officers?
Well, I don't know when Patterson was in office particularly, but the initiation of the POBs was in 1984, I believe. Is
But
that correct?
I believe he hired
1992?
officers and paid for them through a
91,
bond, right?
I don't.
When were the POBs put out?
1991.
1991. So let's see, Mayor Patterson left office in 2000. And so he was four-year term, and prior to that, he was not a strong mayor. He was just a member of this body. So you guys can do the math on that. The convention center, it was twofold. There was something that came off or something. It was partially from event revenue, but there was another funding source at the time, and I'm sorry, I can't remember. That was way too long ago.
I just want to get clear from my understanding that when we put out a bond and commit a revenue source in the form of a lease, that it could become something that's solely paid for by the taxpayers and not necessarily the initially anticipated lease payments.
Well, it's all taxpayer money, right? Because revenue comes in, you mean strictly...
Existing versus new.
Okay.
Do we have, what's the arrangement for the old Fresno Fresno B building and Granite Park? Were those two bonded out, and then do we have mortgages on those, or are those all fully paid off?
Yeah, so I have here the Fresno B building and Granite Park debt is set
Fresno
to...
Met, not Fresno B.
It's
The
there's
museum,
two Fresno
the
B
CMAC
buildings.
building.
CMAC one.
The CMAC building is unencumbered, correct, Santino?
Yeah, right. So I believe it's referred to as the old Fresno B building,
Or the
right?
historic.
Yeah,
The historic.
Yeah. So this is in reference to both that you're asking about, Councilmember areas. So they mature in 2031, and the annual principal ranges from 1.8 to 2.2 million.
Okay. So those that were acquired under Autry, those two buildings, are still have bond obligations to 2031, right?
The bonds mature in 2031.
Okay. I want to be clear, we may have issued a bond to pay for those facilities, but those facilities are not currently in collateralization. They're not included as part of the collateral.
Okay. So are we free to sell those buildings, those assets?
I believe we are.
Or also free to borrow against them?
Yes, either.
Okay. Is the list that you provided us on your slide all the assets that are available to borrow against or to sell?
No, it's not a complete population. I mean, again, we tried to compile a list of assets that we feel would be marketable in terms of lease revenue financing.
So I think we had an earlier conversation of provide us a list of all the existing city assets that are, vacant or, available. For example, former fire stations are no longer being utilized. Yes. So my question is, are those available to borrow against in terms of increasing our ability to have a larger borrowing capacity?
Yeah, I think, so that's coming by way of an RFI. And I think many of those, again, I can't speak for every single one, but yeah, many of them are not being used for bonding currently. It just depends on their level of desirability from a marketing perspective.
Councilmember, we did respond to that RFI. That response went out with the list of all of our assets.
And I'm more asking around those assets. we either can sell them, help pay the bond payment, or we can borrow against them, correct? If they're not.
Some of them, our city manager, you may want to respond.
No, go ahead.
Some of them are absolutely essential. We own them, but we would not want to sell them, like lift stations.
Lift stations, well sites, things like that that are in operation that aren't just something, you know, that we
I'm
would
not
want.
suggesting the police headquarters. I'm suggesting facilities that are empty or unutilized.
So we gave a list of complete assets because that's what we were requested. If you want us, we can go through that if we haven't already and figure out which ones. Are you talking about ones you want us to sell or ones that you would want us to bond against?
What I'm asking for is what assets are underutilized or unutilized that could be available for sale to pay off any future bond debt.
Got it.
Okay.
That's fundamentally a different question, but I do want to
Yes, because the previous question was just give us a list of all the assets.
Yes, but I also think we answered a question here on slide 12 that is important, which is these are the assets, again, in those two arrow bullet points that are under consideration because they have a leasability. They're marketable, and that's why we included them on this page here.
That makes sense. They have a value. Is the Tower Theater on that list?
It is not.
Why wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it fit that definition?
It might. There are so many issues with the Tower Theater from a structural, I wouldn't put it up for collateralization.
Not only that, but isn't it still combined with the issue with the Sequoia?
It is. We are working on breaking that out as from a parcel perspective, but also it was partially funded with Measure P, and we're unable to collateralize it.
Is the Mianez building and Sequoia building as part of the list of items that could be collateralized?
So we're in good question. The Sequoia and Mianez.
I doubt it. And again, from a lease revenue perspective, those are very small in terms of value. I can almost assure you in terms of a strategy. Some of those other ones that you mentioned would be ones I would be traditionally looking at.
You mean they wouldn't have much value to lease? Because I could assure you they're pretty valuable when it comes to people wanting them.
So I want to make sure, because our mindset is around bonding collateral. You're asking about for sale to free up cash to possibly pay down bonds? So two different questions. Yeah. I mean, yes, the Sequoia building, the Mianez building, maybe just like $1 million here, $2 million there, but it would be, I think Santino's point, those are not the types of, we don't look to cobble together, $31 million buildings for bond. That's not something that the bonding agencies are super thrilled about, but separately looking at it from a for sale to free up cash, that's a different exercise that we have not gone through that we could go through.
Fair enough. I just wanted to see if we had done that. The slide 10, you referenced the bond falling off in 2029?
I referenced that on slide 11.
Slide 11, 2029. And that is a pension obligation bond?
That's correct.
How does that work? What was the initial purpose of selling that bond?
So may need some help here too, since that was from the early 90s. But my understanding is that was a judgment obligation bond that the city had to issue to fully fund the retirement system.
So we borrowed money as part of a settlement to fully fund the retirement system? So when folks say that the retirement system is fully funded because we're great at investments, it doesn't fully acknowledge that we've actually also made a huge contribution through the bond, right? And through is this one that's collected via sales tax, property tax?
This is paid for by the general fund. It's backed by the general fund.
So, Assistant City Manager, in our property taxes, there's an additional property tax assessed to City of Fresno residents. Specifically, it's called out as a public safety pension bond. Is this an additional contribution to the pension outside of this bond that's falling off?
I'll I'll hand it to the city controller. I know
Okay.
he can provide you an explanation. I know I can too, but it's really his job, and I won't
Okay,
let him do it.
so you tell me.
I think what you're referring to is a property tax override.
Yes.
And that's an assessment that was levied back in 1983 to ensure a certain funding level of the retirement system.
It's contribution to the retirement system, right?
Right.
By property tax.
Property tax collection, right.
And is that a forever tax?
That tax exists so long as there's a definition of indebtedness to the retirement system. And so at this time, it's still being collected, and we would believe that it would be into the foreseeable future.
My recollection is that that's approximately $15 million a year.
That's about right.
Right, that property taxpayers contribute to the pension fund?
Correct, through the
Right.
property tax override.
And this bond pension obligation is in addition to that?
The judgment obligation bonds were to fund this system that had an unfunded liability at that time.
What was the amount that was borrowed?
I don't have the original issuance amount here, but I could follow up and get you that.
Okay. And I don't know if you guys can answer this in a public space, but do we not have a legal obligation to continue this bond, this pension obligation bond beyond 29?
So the bonds were sold and the proceeds went to the retirement system.
Correct.
What we're paying on is the debt service for the outstanding bonds. So once the payments are extinguished in 2029, there's no longer any debt service.
So there is no requirement in any of the labor agreements for us to continue to borrow and contribute further to the pension via this bond?
The bond will go away. It was issued. My understanding is a result of an order.
Yeah, I want to be clear. It wasn't a settlement. It was a judgment.
What's the difference?
A judgment. A settlement is where the parties reach an agreement prior to a court issuing a judgment. So it wasn't a settlement. It happened because the court said, they decided, and they said, this is what you need to do. And I know it was over $200 million at the time, but I can't remember exactly how much. So I have the amount that was refinanced, but I don't know what the original amount was. We'll get that for you. So I just want to be clear, though, that the tax override is separate and apart from the pension obligation bonds.
Yes.
It was levied starting in 1983, as the controller mentioned, because we were, as a municipality, one time allowed to continue collecting a tax that we had already been collecting prior to Proposition 13, which was in the late 70s. And we took the state up on it. We said, yes, we want to do this. And it was a one-time deal. And in fact, we were challenged in the early 80s, and we won the challenge because we followed the rules correctly, and I'm thankful for whoever did that back then. It's a very small override, yet it provides a lot of relief for the general fund.
And if I recall, we, on an annual basis, authorize a continuation of that collection.
That's right.
Yes.
And if we don't, then that falls off the tax rolls, and taxpayers no longer have to pay for that.
Correct,
That'd be
but we'll
correct.
never be able to have that opportunity to collect it again because it
And
was
we
that
would
one
have to
time.
make it up
Yes.
Yep.
from the general fund. What's the annual payment for the pension obligation bond?
In total, it's close to $16 million, but as has been referenced, the payment supported by the general fund is about $12.8 million.
Annually?
Annually.
Thank you. I want to reference the slide 14 around this notion of condition of streets. Here's my recollection. When I arrived in 2019, we got into really big public discourse as council colleagues over road funds. And it is my understanding then and now that the prior decision-making guidelines were around return on investment, economies of scale. Essentially, decisions were made to fix as many miles as possible versus the worst road conditions that existed, because the worst road conditions costs a lot more money, and as a result, you fix less miles. So we had a big debate at that time. It got pretty ugly. Remember, we were called social justice warriors by our council members from District 6 and 2, and the Gang of Four. That's when the Gang of Four, urban legends begun. But what we argued were that if you're going to do what is cheapest and the most potential miles every year, you were going to really focus on fixing the newest roads in the city. And that the older roads in the southern part of the city would simply deteriorate further to a point that they would be so expensive that you would never get to them because they would be cost prohibitive, which is what we saw. Chunks of pavement that was, in our city streets. So we went to this big policy fight and we said, worst first. Go after the worst roads. We know that you'll do less miles, but we finally get these bad road conditions addressed. In the Pave Now proposal, what I struggle with, Mayor, is we seem to be transitioning to a different model, which is everyone gets the same amount of money, essentially. Every council district gets the same amount of money in this distribution model, which is similar to the discussion that we had earlier, where in council offices, we all get the same amount for infrastructure, even though we know we don't have the same amount of needs. My district doesn't have a lot of facilities maintenance districts. My district doesn't have, my district just about all depends on the general fund to fix existing roads, which means that we would have to take away from police and fire to fix roads. So if you can go to the slideshow, City Clerk. The other portion of this is, I try to explain to my residents, if you can go through those slides, how do we get to a point where there's weeds growing on residential streets in Tower? After 2 Measure C initiatives, you can pause there, of 40 years, there's never been money for residential streets in the Tower District or West Fresno area because they compete with the general fund for those dollars. Measure C historically has taken care of the fancy streets with high volume of traffic, arterials, built new freeways, extended 180 and 168, all while leaving these residential streets behind. So my neighbors have to use Roundup to do their own street maintenance on an annual basis. So I struggle with this idea that we're going to split the money equally. I also struggle with the idea of simply using an index on road conditions. So I do appreciate that we're going to have this conversation around being thoughtful of what roads we select. The other component of this is that historically, our city, when heavy truck industry comes into town, we have not required them to fix and improve and construct the roads to that standard. Those heavy trucks are using residential roads, damaging residential roads, and yet we didn't. I recall, Mayor, in 2019, 2020, and 2021, this city was waiving police impact fees, fire impact fees, regional road impact fees, traffic impact fees, anything you can think of, we waived. And so we had actually bring a policy for us to declare no more waiving fees. You can't tell us that we don't have money for a fire station and then waive all the fire fees. You can't tell us we don't have money for roads and then waive all the road fees. It was this notion that in order to attract industry, you had to give away the house, and somehow we're going to find the money in the back end to fix that infrastructure that they destroyed because those roads were not built for heavy truck use. So I have, as a council member, has intentionally focused on residential streets being fixed. City staff has done a wonderful job of fixing residential neighborhoods. As Mr. Mosier indicated, his staff is experts in curbs and gutters, sidewalks, and if it wasn't for us directing American Rescue Funds, CARES Act funds, we would have never gone to those residential streets. Even with the little money that we get from Measure C, that tends to end up in big arterials. You know, the Blackstones, the Herndons, the Shaws, where volume matters. I think that's the purpose of a Measure C. That's why there was objection to last renewal, because it kept the same pattern of big major streets versus what's in front of people's houses. So what I'm going to ask for, Mayor, is for us to look at a $150 million plan with $100 million divided equally, an additional $50 million dedicated to the areas that need it the most. That should be a very clear going after the worst road conditions. If District 6 has a road condition where they're having to use Roundup in the middle of the road, or their chunks of asphalt is coming down, it should be fixed. But if it's Jensen, or it's Clinton, or it's Cedar, that should be fixed. This equal distribution of $100 million is going to continue the same division of South versus North when it comes to the condition of roadways. And so I'd like to see the numbers of 150 so that we can be thoughtful of how that is distributed. And I know that the mayor is being very thoughtful of balancing everyone's needs, but you can't argue with basic facts. I have seen city funds being used for medium island upgrades in certain parts of towns and refreshing landscape in certain parts of towns when I don't have money to repaste pavement that hasn't been touched in 50 years. And the current system of limited Measure C dollars or relying on a general fund for those roadways hasn't resulted in improvements. So that's kind of where my head is, Mayor. I would like to see a 150 plan and see whether we have the capacity to do more. And also with that, to see what other assets we have to add to leverage and address the affordability criteria.
Okay. Duly noted. I did want to respond, and I wanted to, City Manager, say, ask a question too, but it's very true that, obviously, cities that or houses built in our city many years ago did not have CFDs. It wasn't until, I don't know what year the CFDs came in, but the truth is, with CFDs in various neighborhoods, it frees up resources to care for other parts of the city. But the older parts of our neighborhoods obviously did not have CFDs. But I do believe this, that every single district has poor roads, and the PCI shows that. And what I do know is over the last couple of decades, I know during the Attrition administration and beyond, that there's been a lot of money invested in the southern part of our city. And I don't know what that, 2/3 of it been invested in the southern part of the city. Rightfully so, because southern part of our city had been left behind. That was a tale of two cities. But I know Scott has some information in terms of how much money has been spent or the roads that have been cared for in the southern part of our city over the last whatever period of time you have. And you're right on the fee waivers. That was my complaint for a lot of years. For whatever reason, we seem to be waiving every fee. And then there was a decision made by this council or the council previously that we would not waive fire impact fees. But it wasn't until this city manager and my administration that we stopped waiving other fees as well. And so, but we're paying for it now, all those fee waivers. So Scott, can you respond, or after the city manager asks this question?
Yeah, I just wanted to get some clarification on your definition of the 50 million for the worst first, because as I look at some of the PCI scores, for instance, on the list in year 2, the 2 lowest PCI scores of 13 are in District 3 and District 6. So, in looking in year 2, I see 13. Is there another one that I missed, Councilmember Vang? I don't know. I thought you were putting your hand up. Anyway, so what I think it would be helpful to know for that 50 million, how do you define the worst first? Is it, I don't know, is it by PCI score? Is it by number of complaints? Is it?
What I would do is default to our Public Works Director for recommendation.
Okay.
because there's a lot of variables. The only thing I would add to Mayor's comments is, in the last 20 years, all heavy industry has been directed to South Fresno. So those heavy trucks that run through South Fresno have completely devastated that infrastructure, where in the northern part of the city, most of that traffic is passenger vehicle, which takes a different toll, right? And that's part of the difficulty. Except for Friant, you're correct. Yeah, but outside of that, I mean, it's, you know, when we allowed Amazon to come in with 1,000 truck trips a day, we didn't build the roads made out of cement. We left them as county roads, and they tore everything on the way in and out. So, but I would default to the director to give us his recommendations, because I think the only other person that knows how bad the roads are than us on the dais is Mr. Mosier. He can probably tell us in the back of his hand where he can get a pound of asphalt and pick it up with his bare hand.
I think, I don't know, maybe Brian Russell might.
Yeah,
I know a little bit
so.
more than Scott, but go ahead, Scott.
All right, thank you. So I want to go through, there are a number of really good questions and points raised. One, I want to reassure the council that for, say, industrial areas, every one of our streets as designed, they are all designed to carry that level of traffic. So if it's, say, an industrial street, like around an Amazon Ulta type facility, what's built brand new, that is designed for that load. What the portion they built that's brand new. And the Building Industry Association can tell you, and they've battled with us on that, because generally the developers, private engineers, they're trying to, a number of them are trying to minimize that, because it's about cost and, you know, profit and everything else. But so we have good standards for the road design. However, in those newly developing areas, does the developer of a site, do they improve every single street in the area? And currently, no, they don't. There's a limit to their work, what's reasonable. Those conditions of approval go through a process with the Planning Commission, sometimes before the council. So there were limits of work, and yes, in, say, for example, our reverse triangle, kind of the area, the South Central Specific Plan type area, there are a number of roads that are still county roads and were not improved. We also look very carefully, one challenge is, does the street have all of its permanent utilities in? And in a number of those growth areas, you'll have a case where the sewer, the water, the storm drain, the PG&E is not in place. We hate to see the street pavement go in and then all of it completely destroyed a handful of years later when utilities go in. So we attempt to coordinate that work. In some case, we anticipate additional development coming in to do their portion. What if that doesn't happen? We wind up with some of these old county roads in place. So that's a key point. I did want to emphasize on Measure C, the slurry seal program that council's approved in the budget, that is funded out of Measure C, street maintenance allocations. The slurry works primarily in neighborhoods, and it's really the age of the pavement, not the age of the total neighborhood. So Tower's a great example. We've been able to implement a number of slurry seal projects. We actually have streets in Tower that are in really good shape, and we could slurry it just like a new subdivision and get a lot of life. There are some that haven't been touched in decades, so it's definitely a mixture. I also want to emphasize council, yes, several years ago had a debate on Senate Bill 1, SB 1 gas tax dollars. The project lists that have been approved the past number of years have tended to have a much higher percentage in older neighborhoods and older parts of the city. That is definitely not a divide 7 ways list. As far as total investments, that's something that we could provide if need be. We've got all the history of costs.
Director, remind me, I recall a couple years ago at our direction, you started the work on a citywide facilities maintenance district to close the gap of the southern part of the city that didn't have its structure to be able to do road maintenance. What happened with that? Did we not give the green light for you to proceed with the establishment of a facilities maintenance district in the existing part of the city?
That is correct. We had a council workshop on that. and then had reached out to individual districts and talked about the possibility of adding things like street tree maintenance or sidewalk maintenance. Just there was not traction beyond that workshop to take next steps to really formalize that.
How much work would it be to bring something forward that allows us to formalize that? Because I explained to my residents that North Fresno neighborhoods have facilities maintenance districts, so they pay extra. That's why their stuff looks better. We don't. We rely on the general fund. What would it cost in terms of human capital and time for you to bring forward something that would allow us to consider the establishment of such facilities maintenance district for the portion of the city that doesn't have it?
That really depends upon how large that district would be.
What about all the area that currently doesn't have one?
If it were citywide for all the areas that currently doesn't have it, that would be, we'd have to cost that out. That's almost as significant of an effort to pass some type of CFD parcel tax as to pass a sales tax measure.
I like what you're thinking. I tried this a few years ago, and the problem is it's parcel by parcel. It's ridiculously expensive, and I don't think our county clerk has the means to even do it, so. Not yet.
So it would have to be the county clerk?
It would, as long as you have more than 12 registered voters who reside in the district, then what would happen is it's very much like an election process. Council would have to formally initiate the process. There's a protest period. There's an election date set, and then staff would have to basically prepare what are the features being maintained. Is it streets? Is it landscape, lighting?
Is it a 50+1 vote?
It is a 2/3 majority of return ballots. So if we have 10,000 parcels, but only 300 respond, you need 200 out of 300 return ballots in the affirmative.
So in terms of amount of work, how much work would it represent, and could you do that this calendar year?
Council, it really depends upon the size of that district. A good example I can provide, there was a time following the Great Recession when it was uncertain whether the city would be able to afford to maintain Inspiration Park. It was prior to the construction. Direction was to create a CFD for the maintenance of Inspiration Park. We did a 1-mile radius in each direction. The cost of that was around $40,000 to put a ballot together and do all the mailings. It went out, it only got about 20% support, 80% opposed. And so that failed. Ultimately, the economy improved, the city decided to build the park, and it's there today.
Could we do it in combination or as part of like a tower specific plan or a West area specific plan? If you can get back to me on that, that would be great.
Wow.
Yeah, interesting question. You guys can get back to me.
City Attorney? I don't.
Those are all my questions, Director, City Staff, Mayor. I appreciate the proposal, and I think we need a little more time to digest and see how we can proceed.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Next, we have Councilmember Perea, followed by Councilmember Maxwell. Did you want to come back? Okay.
Thank you, Council President. Director, you mentioned slurry seal candidates. Is that based on the PCI? Is that how we determine if something qualifies for a slurry seal versus a complete street repaving?
Yes, that's correct. So slurry seal are streets that are generally in good, headed towards fair condition. And if we can catch them during that time period, then we could restore them essentially nearly all the way back to brand new.
Do you know what that numerical value is, good to fair?
I'll ask my assistant director, Brian Russell. I would tend to say that's around 75 and above. Typically 70 and above.
Are good candidates for slurry seal?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and I may have missed this, but what was the allocated amount for Measure C for slurry in this budget?
In this budget, that's proposed at 1.1 million.
1.1, okay. And then it was alluded to a couple times, equality versus equity. And I haven't had a chance to go through the list of proposed projects as they currently stand, but is it more or less equal as far as proposed road miles to be fixed per district?
It's dollar-wise per district.
It's
it
equal
is,
based
it
on
is
dollar
roughly
amount.
equal.
Okay. Okay, based on the last proposal from my colleague from District 3, his proposal was 150 million. Would that leave us with much bonding capacity? No, it would not. Zero. Okay. All right. I think, Assistant City Manager, this might be a question for you, but do we have the ability to bond if we wanted to construct, let's say, an affordable senior housing village next door to our senior activity center? Is that an option? The other day we had a very high level conversation about funding opportunities to keep our senior housing project intact. And so I was just curious if this possibly was another funding mechanism for consideration.
It would be, but the terms would be much different from how we do that type of housing currently. So in order for us to bond, we need to own the asset, and I don't believe that's how we have done that housing before.
Yeah, we generally have never paid and constructed and owned housing in the city, and I would strongly recommend that we not get into that business.
I hear you. I'm just wanting to know what all of our options are at this point. Let me see. Director, I think you talked about this a little bit previously, but if we approve Pave Now at any amount, that won't impact our current roadway projects we have in the pipeline already, correct? Whether they're currently under construction or soon to be?
That is correct. Everything that's on the conceptual Pave Now list is currently unfunded, so this would not affect anything currently in the pipeline. The proposed budget includes repaving projects through Measure C, SB1, federal grants we've been awarded, so those would continue.
Okay. And is it safe to say that if we self-perform, we can construct, we can repave roads quicker and cheaper? Is that more or less accurate?
It really depends upon the location and the amount of work relative to the capacity. But in certain situations, our own city forces are able to execute that more quickly.
And you said that would not impact our hot patch crews? If we self-perform $150 million of road work, that it would not impact our
those
pothole crew?
Those are separate folks. It used to be that folks that would do our potholes were people that were pulled from whatever other assignments, but we dedicated those, correct, Scott?
Correct. So through council adoption, Mayor initiated really an enhanced pothole program that created the dedicated staff that we can keep doing that work even while we're executing our paving program. Because before that, it used to be, again, given typical staff vacancies, unfortunately people get sick. Thankfully, people do have vacations periodically, and invariably during the peak of paving season prior to that, we would not have enough staff to actually go out. Very, very limited. We might have 2 staff out filling potholes versus what we have today with 7. So that's been a great improvement.
Councilmember, I want to make sure I heard something you said correctly, and if I didn't, I apologize. I just want to make sure it's clear. We do not have the capacity to do $150 million of paving in-house.
Okay, yeah, and that's what I was kind of trying to get at, is how much of this would be self-performed in-house versus how much would we have to contract out?
The proposed delivery method would be essentially doing the concrete repair work and the ADA curb ramps at the corners with our city forces, and that 100% of the paving effort would be contracted out. That still leaves city crews with our SB1 self-perform program, some Measure C self-perform projects, so as to keep our regular program moving forward, and then to deliver the Pave More Now on top of that through private sector contracting of the paving.
Understood, okay. And there's enough capacity to put all this work out into the private sector?
Yes, thanks to the Capital Projects Department team, we were successful with an expedited bidding and delivery method on what we called our neighborhood paving bid package. We had 8 locations around the city council awarded last June, and those are now wrapping up and near completion. We're down to the last few locations. So Pave Now would follow a very similar method. We have learned a few lessons from that, and I think we'll have a better product, but Capital Projects Department team stands ready to get those projects out to bid and then manage the construction.
Okay. And if we, go ahead, City Manager.
Nick, is part of the reason of why we're trying to do the reimbursement resolution is to start working on those bid specs?
Correct. Nick Messia, Assistant City Manager. City Manager White, yes. The intent of getting the resolution now is to kind of line up and get the projects rolling so that we can get in front of the private sector, which I think Council Member Pereira is really getting at, is the capacity of the private sector to actually deliver those projects with the paving. I think internally we can deliver. We've set the projects up the way they're set currently to expedite the internal and self-performing with the concrete, deliver this year with those projects, and then move forward with the low-hanging fruit of the paving and 100% dedicated paving in a portion of those projects this calendar year. That's the reason why we're here before you now, is to get those rolling and try to hit some of that now, as you saw with the previous delivered package, the citywide that has been occurring recently.
So if we approve Pave Now, let's say next week, we can start paving as soon as this summer?
We are going to try and pave by the end of the year because we have to get out there and get that concrete work done for a select number of those roads, and then get the low-hanging fruit. That's why the whole intent of getting the list established in front of council today is to identify the low-hanging fruit. Which ones can we get out there immediately and have the least amount of problems? And I say the least amount of problems because when a contractor gets out there, they want no concrete work. If you have a paving contract, they just want to pave. So if we can get just a paving contractor out there to pave from point A to point B, they don't have to worry about the contract or the concrete. They'll focus on that, and then that's enticing the contractor to just deliver those projects. So the intent is of the first 50 million, maybe like 10 to 17 will be done this year, and try to get it in before the weather breaks.
Okay. I have a good amount of money in my infrastructure budget that I'm looking to initiate in the coming months. So will my projects kind of get put in the back of the line compared to the Pave Now projects, or how will we handle all this work that we still have to do?
That's a great question, and that's what I'm trying to plan accordingly, is what I've been trying to work with the capital side is how do I deliver the current projects that's on the docket, that's currently planned, all of the existing funding, and then supplement those and complement those with the Pave More Now. And the intent is, what I'm looking at, and I'm challenging staff, is can I peel away a project manager? Can I focus one person on the Pave More Now? Because the bid package that DPW put together was very successful. We learned a lot from that delivery method. And I think that's why we're going this route, through the mayor's direction of putting these projects in a manner where we can deliver without impeding and without affecting the existing list of projects and the existing funding. How do we move forward and do both? So I'm trying to avoid that where they're going to be conflicting with both.
No, I appreciate that. There's still a couple projects that I had secured money for last budget that have not been started yet. I think they were part of that bid package. Mm-hmm. And so it's just good to hear that we tried that method and it appears to be working, and will be utilized moving forward to expedite. My other questions regarding capacity, debt limits, road selection, and PCI have been answered already, and so it sounds like we're going to bring this back next council meeting for further discussion and action, and so speaking candidly, I'm not sure if Measure C is going to be renewed when it does sunset, and so we do need this. I think at what amount is still to be determined, and so I'll be looking for the analysis based on the 75 million, 100, 125, and 150 million to determine how best we should move forward collectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Maxwell, followed by Councilmember Vang.
Can I just clarify something? Because I thought, Assistant City Manager, you said we're going to start later this calendar year so that we could do the pavement concrete now, but I thought you said we were going to try to do them simultaneously.
What we're trying to do is, once the list has been established, I've already pulled together DPW, and I said, give me those lists that you can self-perform, which are going to be your concrete and your ADA ramps. And the reason why they can do it in-house is because you don't need to design. They can just go out and reconstruct and do those right now. And while they're doing that, we will put together a bid package for those same locations to then deliver the paving, very similar to the last paving package that you recently have very intimately know about, and then try to get those same roadways where we just went through and self-performed the concrete to do the paving. We think that will not impede on any of the existing projects and allow us to deliver pave more now this paving season. Okay. Simultaneously, look ahead to the next paving season, which begins in March-ish of 2026, February, whenever the weather breaks, and start putting together bid packages that can do the concrete and the paving with with contractors and have them lined up so that we can move forward and awarded, and that work will then deliver the second half of the first year, because it's a fiscal year.
These are fiscal years, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's fiscal years, correct.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager. Just as my closing thoughts, I've spoken enough already, but I'll say this to my colleagues who are termed out and timing out that want to take us up to our full capacity on roads alone. I would just caution you on that. I think Council Member Perea was onto something. You know, she mentioned housing, but even if housing is not a viable option for bonding, there are a lot of other projects I would recommend our city consider for that additional bonding capacity. I think our constituents would be happy with additional streets, as Council Member Esparza said a moment ago, but I think they would also be pleased with a lot of other cool projects that we could offer the city that are not just in the form of roads. And Mayor, I do believe this requires 5 votes to pass. I don't know what the final amount that passes is, but I think the higher you drive up the price tag, the more support starts to fall off. My personal opinion. That'll be it. Thanks.
Maybe what we do is bring back options for approval to the council and see which one gets 5 votes.
I could tell you a couple that won't.
Okay, Councilmember Vang.
Thank you, Council President Karbasi. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Manager, Assistant City Manager. Good afternoon, Directors, Assistant Directors, and Interim Directors. Thank you for staying late with us. I'm happy to join you today. This conversation has real-life, practical services. Who would not want their streets to be paved? And I think every constituent, not only in District 5, but in every district, would love to have their neighborhood streets and the major corridors be paved, be as smooth as possible. And so I've heard quite a bit from my colleagues to my left and to my right. And from what I'm hearing, this is a conversation that has the heart of the people in Fresno in mind. And so from that perspective, I did a little mathematical average, but first, Director Mosier, if I could have you step up to the podium. I believe you mentioned earlier that the pavement condition index for the city of Fresno is somewhere in the 60. Could you remind me?
Council, yes, back in 2021, when it was formally surveyed, it was a 60, but it's projected that right now that we're at a 55. Good news through the Fresno Council of Governments, Fresno COG, they've actually funded a county-wide pavement condition update, and the results of that will be known, should be known by early fall. So last time when we did that as a city, we spent about, I believe, $350,000 on getting that done, and it had been a number of years. So we're going to gain the benefits of that later in 2025 of seeing where we are. But we do anticipate that we're very close. We'd expect that number is going to be about a 55 for our PCI.
And you also mentioned the PCI for the county of Fresno is, what's the number, if you could remind me? The latest number that we have?
Back in 2021, they were 2 points below us. So the city was at 60, Fresno County was at a 58 at that time.
And the city of Clovis, I believe, is 72?
City of Clovis was at 72, so their average street condition being good.
Okay, so that gives us a rough reference point in terms of the city of Fresno, the county, and our neighboring city, the city of Clovis. The numbers that I've roughly estimated is that of the locations provided on page 18 and 19, the average pavement condition index is 36.35. And City Manager, yes, you are correct in terms of pointing out the two lows being at 13. District 6 and District 3. For District 5, I've averaged the numbers that were provided on page 18 and 19, and my number falls below the average number of the locations provided at 34, which means that if you were to just look at the statistics provided here, again, District 5 falls below the average. However, if you look at the mileage, the total mileage, again, not taking into consideration the number of lanes per location. I mean, it varies. Some has one, some have two. But I have a total of 5.9 miles identified here. And of that, the Belmont-Fowler, Illinois-Fordham corridor at 2.32 miles has a 26 pavement condition index. So it may be misleading if you look at the average of 34 PCI, which is below the average. A huge chunk of that, the 2.32 miles, the Belmont corridor, is identified as a 26 PCI. And so that comprised of more than half of the total, or almost half of the 5.9 mileage. And so it goes to show that, yes, these numbers are startled. It is needed to, again, to pave now and then pay later. So the conversation that this body has had today is, I believe, moving in the right direction. I just wanted to also note that there is no freeway in District 5. It's very close. And so my colleagues, Councilmember Iris mentioned about the number of heavily trafficked, again, we use the term heavily trafficked vehicles, but at the same time, we also have to acknowledge the fact that the heavier the vehicle, the more damage it does on our road. And so, Director Mosier, this is a question perhaps more of scientific, but I wanted to see what your take is to see if we can get a basic understanding of the damage on the road when a vehicle travels from point A to point B. let's say the average vehicle in the United States weighs about 4,000 pounds, 2 tons, and a big rig weighs, let's say, 20 tons, 5 times more than the average vehicle traveling on the road. If we have 5 vehicles at 4,000 pounds, equal 20,000 pounds, 10 tons, and one big rig weighing 10 tons, 20,000 pounds, traveling the same distance. Scenario 1, which of those vehicles, the 20-ton big rig or the 5 4,000-pound vehicles does more damage to the surface of the road? Let's say, for example, given the same index of 26, meaning that the same condition. So traveling, let's say, 1 mile. I know this is a very difficult question. It perhaps will require scientific tests, but just for the average person, which scenario does more damage to the road? The 20-ton big rig or the 10-ton big rig, 20-pound big rig, or the 5 vehicles weighing 10 tons or 20,000 pounds?
This reminds me of the math test I failed in high school.
High school? I think that this is a college test, Mayor.
That's like trigonometry right there, Scott.
right.
Figure that one out.
This is more like a statistics. And it's probably college level. I know I'm putting you on the spot, but
not
this
at
has
all.
real life practical. It goes to the point of my colleagues, Mr. Iris is pointing out, because again, the corridors that's identified in D5, again, the Cedar corridor, the western part of D5. And so I just wanted to get your point on this scenario.
Councilmember, that's an excellent point. You're right on, and actually, as the engineer and others in the room say, "Wow, we love this question. This is fun stuff."
Oh, this is the right place or the right person to ask.
So that's very true. That's the big rig that's going to cause more damage, and in fact, you could double, triple, or quadruple the number of cars, and still the one big rig is going to cause more damage. It's about trucks, buses, solid waste vehicles. Those are the ones that cause damage. Even, to that point, you'll see Cesar Chavez Boulevard on the list, right, as a highly traveled corridor. The buses are doing a great thing for both the environment, for transit-oriented development, passenger ridership, taking vehicles off the road, but they're not doing good things for the pavement. Heavy vehicles cause the damage, not your light passenger vehicles.
So the logic behind that is the 4,000-pound vehicle travels, and then it's only putting a pressure of 4,000 pounds on the pavement, whereas that 20,000 pound puts pressure simultaneously 20,000 pounds. So the damage is more, even though the total weight is the same, but the distribution of that weight varies from time to time because of the travel time.
That's correct. And even if we went out and looked at, dug up a street and looked at it, you'd find in a neighborhood, you've got 6 inches of thickness. You've got a couple inches of asphalt, 4 inches of the base rock, and that's it. And that's enough to hold up that neighborhood. And if we take care of it, that'll last for decades and decades. We can go out on an industrial street, where there's heavy truck loading. We'll have 2 to 2.5 feet thick of the pavement section in there, because that's what's needed to hold that up. And then in turn, the repair costs on it are also the same way. When we have to completely reconstruct, like a Cesar Chavez Boulevard, some of the poor pavement conditions on the list here, it's much more expensive because we're having to go down and replace a very thick layer as opposed to just a thinner section of repaving.
Director, thank you very much for that answer. I think logic tells us, yes, the 20-ton of the 10-ton, 20,000 pound does do more damage versus the 4,000 5 separate vehicles traveling the same distance on the same road,
Absolutely.
same condition. My last question is with regards to City Hall. City Hall belongs to the city, correct, Mayor? Yes. Okay. Do we still pay lease on the hall? Because I think the bond or whatever it is, or has it been paid off?
Part of the bond, Councilmember Vang, part of the bond was paid off recently, but we do have another part that we still have some outstanding debt on, and the city controller will correct me if I'm wrong on that, but as I'm looking through my list here.
So as part of your other facilities for consideration, the Southeast Police Substation, my neck of the wood, why is City Hall not on that consideration of list? Because of marketability or other conditions?
Both. It is both valuable in terms of the lease revenue, and it is an essential building. I'll let the city controller answer. Also, do you have the answer on the City Hall? Are both issuances paid off, Santino?
Yes, for City Hall.
Thank you. I think I was looking at an older list. I apologize, Councilmember Vang.
So City Hall is ours.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. So if you,
100%.
I think you're referring to slide 12. And so on slide 12, the City Hall is currently being used as collateral already for the 2 debt issuances at the bottom of the table. The 2017
But Santino,
refinance.
is the building paid off?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we
Yes.
answered that, but I thought your second question was around collateral of City Hall. I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, could City Hall be a consideration for collateral like the Southeast Police Substation, Fire Station, et cetera?
Right, and that's what I was attempting to respond to. So it is already being used as collateral on prior bonds that were issued.
Okay.
And that
Okay.
you can see that at the bottom of the table. The last asset listed in the table is
down
City
there.
Hall.
Okay.
Yep.
Is it 100% of that or just a partial?
Yes, we put the full value of the City Hall into that refinancing.
Okay, so that's out of the equation. Okay. And that's all my questions, Council President. Thank you very much, directors, for answering my questions. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, it looks like it's round 2 or 3. I'm not sure right now. So we have multiple council members punched up. First, we're going to start with Council Vice President. Oh, no, never mind, Georgianne. So,
I just had a
you
question
go
for the
first.
city manager. I know we've all I think the consensus is we want to bring this back next week for a final decision. When would staff need our final list of street projects for you guys to be able to put together a good proposal for us for next week?
So, right, so if we continue the resolution to the June 12th, like seriously, like tomorrow, Saturday at the latest.
Okay.
And what would be helpful is if you look at the list now, and if you can identify if any of the locations on the list now are okay, then that would be helpful because that could help us get started on getting to work on those and starting to work on some paperwork for those.
Okay.
In the meantime, because if you add new that haven't been estimated yet, it's going to take us at least 2 weeks likely to get the estimate. So you please, ASAP, but if possible, what I would like you to consider is certainly continue the resolution until next week, but please pass the resolution next week. Give us at least a few of you who may be okay with some of the sites. That'll get us starting to work. It may only be a few $1 million, but that's okay. We can get started, and then we can finalize the list whenever, in the coming week. That's my request.
Oh, okay. So just to make sure my understanding is clear, if we move the resolution to next week and we provide you by tomorrow or Saturday a list of projects that have already been estimated, that would be sufficient for us to be able to take action next week.
If we already have the estimates, absolutely.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
why do you need the list of streets by tomorrow if most of them are not going to even get done until next year?
Not all of them.
Because, okay, so I
But
thought.
you could start with the streets that are on.
Yeah, absolutely, but if you're willing to vote on the resolution without having the list complete, then that's fine by us, but I thought there was some hesitation about that earlier. If you can just give us the ones that let us get started with some work, that would be fabulous.
That's because you want this passed next week, you mean?
We want it passed next week so we can start working for this paving season.
I think part of the question was, there was mention earlier about maybe hesitation on approval of it if certain streets weren't going to be based on PCI and certain streets were going to be based on something else.
Do you commit to push back against the streets that are presented to you that aren't good fit?
I can tell you from my perspective, I mean, I think there's the PCI, the amount of traffic that is on it, and there was one criteria, economy of scales. But I think if Public Works is good with all those locations that are chosen by the council, and so far I think they have been, based on those three criteria.
City Manager, do you have anything else to say?
That was it.
Okay,
That's what I was going to say.
Awesome. Okay, so it's 4:15. I have some comments. I'm going to keep it very, very brief because I know our staff has to get out there and get to work with the rest of the RFIs and whatnot. And then we have motions. We're going to try and make as many today as possible. So regarding this issue, I'm very supportive of the concept. I agree with the mayor. This is a really good opportunity to do it now versus later. I personally do not think Measure C is going to pass. It's not. I think we need to plan for that. And Terry Ogle's out now too. So, and our consultant, I think, is blind to the reality out there. I don't think we're going to pass Measure C. We're going to have to go at it our own, or maybe work with Clovis, which is really sad for our rural county communities that rely on Measure C. But let's thank the activists for that. One thing I'm concerned, and this is echoing a lot of what Councilmember Maxwell said, I'm probably not going to be in favor of going to that maximum allowable bonding amount just because you never know was it 175? Oh, because you never know what happens. We don't know what's going to happen 5 years from now when we're all gone. Right now with what's being proposed, what is the annual payment we're expecting from the general fund?
7.5 to 8 million, just depends, right? Is that the question?
That's the question. General fund. Here's my worry. If we made $7 million of motions right now, we may do that. We'll see what happens. I think we'd all be scrambling, thinking, where are we going to find the money? I'd be more comfortable approving this amount or even the max if we are funding things. I know they're all important, but funding things that generate future revenue through growth, whether it's economic development, through business tax, or it's going to be more households that pay taxes as opposed to affordable housing is important, but we need to generate more property tax revenue as well. That's kind of where my comfort level is, but we're not talking about that. I know that more roads could help with that, of course. We do know that. So that's kind of what I'm going to be looking at moving forward. But I do think this is a good concept. I think we should look at that. And just to be, regarding the priorities mentioned, I do like seeing Shaw Avenue up there. Thank you for doing that. We did discuss that. I think I've been able, in my district, a lot of the big public works projects I wanted to get done have been done, and I really appreciate Public Works, and now capital projects as well, working with me on that. Shaw Avenue, ongoing maintenance on Herndon. People forget, it's really the only east-west freeway we have in North Fresno that we use a lot. The full build-out of Veterans Boulevard, I mean, the way it's supposed to be outlined in Measure C, I think it's a Tier 1 project. That's really important to me. But Shaw Avenue is big, and it does border my district and Council District 1, but it's heavily used, and it needs a lot of work. So you guys have been chipping away at it pretty aggressively. I'm glad to see that on here. Thank you for that. So that's that. So now I want to go back to the council. We have a potential to have a meeting tomorrow as well. I sense that the will of the council is going to be, let's get as many motions out today and forego tomorrow's meeting. Does anyone disagree with that?
I agree.
Okay, but it does give staff more time. I did have some questions for Public Works based on the Public Works hearing. I'm not going to make the council come back just because of me. So what I'll do is request just a meeting offline. It's about developer impact fees and the fund, those things. We could talk about that offline. Not a big, or I can just do an RFI. Okay. And does the administration have any concerns with not having the meeting tomorrow?
No, if you could just give us a few minutes to get the budget team back in here so they can get the budget motion computer going.
We'll do that. And then, let's get Ed back in here. And then I can tell you, we have a lot of RFIs today. Thank you for just being on it and pushing them out. I don't know what we have yet. I haven't been able to review it, so I do apologize for that. So I may have some motions, albeit small ones, that I'll probably have to make on Tuesday, but I will let you know beforehand, as soon as I can. Hopefully tomorrow, I plan on making this motion. This is the dollar amount.
Okay, I've given directors, I've told them that I need to get all responses to RFIs into the budget office by tomorrow. And that's the first stop of review. So we are hoping to have them, depending on, you will definitely have them no later than Monday. We can probably start getting them out tomorrow and then probably through the weekend. So
no, I know you've been aggressively doing that, and I want to recognize that. And I know the staff stays late and they do that. It's just we need to use that information to make our motions. So having we're trying to go to that Tuesday date and stick to Tuesday.
I hear you.
That helps a lot. Okay, so we'll wait till budget gets back. How much longer do you think we should wait? We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 4:26.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back at 4:30. City Manager, are we ready to go?
Budget team, you guys ready? We're ready.
Okay. Thank you, Budget Team. So we're doing our motion portion now, and we're gonna go in order of district. So we will start with District 1.
Thank you, Council President. All right, please bear with me. A number of my motions are going to be related to infrastructure repair. And please keep in mind that I plan to cover a lot of the costs of these motions from my own infrastructure budget. And so I don't have the estimates quite yet. And so it'll be for an amount to be determined. All right. Before I get to those, I'm going to first start by making a motion for $350,000 for the Black Wellness and Prosperity Center to sustain funding to addressing health disparities and advancing racial equity by centering well-being of Black residents.
Second.
Next motion, that is the Black Wellness and Prosperity Center. Next motion is to allocate a to-be-determined amount to complete the first phase of construction of Quigley Park.
Second.
Right. Next motion is to set aside a yet-to-be-determined amount to complete concrete repair in the neighborhood of West, Griffith, Tillman, and Dakota.
Second.
Next motion is to set aside a yet-to-be-determined amount for road repaving in the neighborhood of Tillman, Clinton, Fruit, and University.
Second.
Thank you. Motion to set aside a yet-to-be-determined.
Hold on, sorry.
Yes.
Well,
I will submit an email.
Be fine.
Okay,
I will submit
repaving
an email.
Tillman Fruit.
Tillman, Clinton, Fruit, and University.
Okay.
And I will submit these in an email form as well. All right. Motion to set aside a yet-to-be-determined amount for street repaving and concrete repair in the neighborhood of Garland, Palm, Shields, and Jean.
Second.
Thank you. Motion to set aside a yet-to-be-determined amount to complete concrete repair for the neighborhood of McKinley, Blackstone, Olive, and Van Ness.
Second.
Thank you. Motion to set aside a yet-to-be-determined amount to complete concrete and paving in the neighborhood of Hughes, Holt, West, and Emerson for phases 1 through 3.
Second.
Thank you. Just two more. Motion to set aside a yet-to-be-determined amount to complete the road repaving on Santa Fe Avenue from West to Caruth Avenues.
Second.
Thank you. Last one. What are my last ones? Motion to complete concrete repair for the neighborhood of Shields, Van Ness, Clinton, and Palm.
Second.
Thank you. And City Manager, my last motion for now is related to a property that we own. It's the Sequoia Brewery. I understand an assessment has been done. I don't know if I've seen it, or I believe an assessment has been done for our properties at that site. Is that a facilities assessment to determine what the needs are?
I'm not familiar with that.
No? Okay. I don't know if we need to do one to determine what exactly the need is to bring those buildings up to, I don't know what the correct term is, but I'm sure we purchased these buildings a number of years ago, and it sounds like we have not done an assessment yet to determine what facility needs need to be completed.
Okay, perhaps we could have a conversation offline about that, because we are still do have a lease, a legal situation in play.
Okay. For now then, at least so I have something on the books, I just want to make a motion to set aside $50,000 for building repairs at the Sequoia Brewery building.
Second.
Thank you. Council President, that is all for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Moving on to District 4, Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I have 4 motions here that should be the remainder of what I have. I don't know if it went through or not yesterday, but $50,000 incentive fund for the new vet for the animal center. I don't know if that got recorded yesterday or not, but an incentive for the veterinary program. District 4 art program, $25,000.
Second.
For an art program? Okay.
Public art. $50,000 for the Valley Caregiver Resource Center.
Second.
And $50,000 for a youth sports scholarship program.
Second.
That'll be all.
Okay. Next is Council Member Richardson, because District 5 doesn't have any, correct? You're good to go?
I'm good to go.
Okay. District 6, you're good to go? District 7.
All right, I've got a motion for $100,000 for the creation of Fresno's second enhanced infrastructure financing district.
Second.
Motion to provide $30,000. That's $30,000 to fill the funding gap for the Belmonts and Blackstone corridor PBIDs. That's property-based business improvement districts.
Second.
Motion to fund the construction of a left turn phasing signal at the Van Ness and Clinton Avenue intersection, pending estimate. Motion for $830,000 for to fill the gap on the Radio Park renovation project.
Second.
Motion for park benches and beautification at APN 5743102X, located at Laverne and Weldon Avenues, pending an estimate.
Second.
Motion for installation of speed radar signs, repainted school crosswalks, and high visibility stop signs at District 7 elementary and middle schools.
Second.
Motion for $170,000 for median island beautification, including irrigation, tree planting, and concrete work on Chestnut Avenue. That's between Olive Avenue and Cesar Chavez Boulevard.
Second.
Motion for $100,000 for median island beautification, including irrigation, tree planting, and concrete work on First Street. That's between Olive Avenue and Cesar Chavez Boulevard.
Second.
Motion for $200,000 to be added for the industrial large office development impact fee elimination or reduction, the IDFR program.
Second.
Motion to fund design costs for a new play structure and bathroom renovations at Carosa Park, pending the estimate.
Second.
Motion for $50,000 from the District 7 portion of the Public Works infrastructure to be moved to the District 7 Council operating budget. 50. And I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to amend the SAR for the service aids. I think that's the technical classification for the interns in our offices.
Well, there are services aides all over the city. They're not just in your office.
Okay, well, yeah, so I'm going to make a motion to amend the SAR.
Salary resolution, sorry. I've
Yeah.
never heard it called that before.
Yeah, not the disease, not the virus. So the salary resolution.
To do what again? I'm sorry.
Right now it's 1650 to 20. I'm going to make a motion to amend it from 18 to 2350.
Second.
And that'll include my motions for now.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Mayor, these are the least expensive motions I've made in 6 years, so I've been very thoughtful of your request. And I was hoping to make 100, but I'm going to try and keep it under the record. Motion to allocate an additional $50,000 specifically for new alley gate installations. Motion to allocate $100,000 for new speed bump installations. Motion to allocate $200,000 to complete the conversion of the historic light post to LED and repair the globes in the downtown triangle.
Second.
Motion to allocate $819,000 for the medium installation along Olive Avenue from Palm to Roosevelt.
Second.
Motion to allocate $151,200 for the replacement of 126 benches at Roding Park from the Measure P Category 1, Fund 2711.
Second.
Motion to
126 what?
2711.
Oh, benches.
Yes, benches, sorry. Motion to reappropriate carryover funds from Measure P from Veterans Memorial, Think Y, and Basin Design plans to the construction phase and improvements at Tetsi Wills.
Second.
Motion to allocate up to $1 million for tree installation, replacement, and maintenance at city parks. Thank you. Motion to carry $181,000 of unspent project funds from FY25 to FY26 for the convention center.
Second.
Motion to allocate $400,000 for mobile food vendor program to be administered by the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation.
Second.
Motion to allocate $1 million in home funds that are unallocated for mobile homes preservation fund and program.
Second.
Motion to allocate $50,000 from Public Works infrastructure budget to District 3's budget. Those are all my motions, Mayor. You're welcome.
Okay. Do we have motion sickness yet? Okay. I'll try and be brief. That's an old Luis Chavez joke. Yeah, okay. I recall there was some discussion, I don't know if it was during the meetings or I read it in the binders, about the money we have for the internship programs. And there was an arithmetic error, is that correct?
Correct. We gave you an extra 25,000.
For each district?
Yes.
Okay, so that there's extra money floating around in there.
It's in your budgets.
Okay. Do we know how many council members have used more than the 25,000? Because I don't want to take anything away from anybody.
I don't think we do. I think once we put the money in your budget, we don't micromanage your budget.
But it's, okay, got it. But for moving forward, it's programmed, the extra 25,000, so it's, instead of 25, it's 50. That extra 25,000 is programmed in the budget.
No, sir.
Oh, it's not?
So, sorry. What happened last year was when you motioned the 25,000, we put it in for the interns, but then we also just increased the baseline by 25,000, unfortunately. Well, or fortunately.
But that was just for last year.
No, we kept it. We did not want there to be a reduction in the appropriation level,
Okay.
so we kept it. So there's still 25,000 in each budget for interns, and then
So-
everybody's budget went up.
I'm so sorry. There's still 25,000.
Yes.
But last year, we did an additional 25,000. My question is, for this coming year, is there an additional 25? So there's an extra $175,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion to take the $25,000 extra from this year plus the $25,000 extra from last year. So that's $50,000 in the District 2 portion. Does that make sense so far? And I want to move that towards the funding the new division in the city attorney's office, the criminal prosecution division. And what was it again? Criminal. That was what's the new unit? Is it criminal prosecution and special projects?
Wake up! We're giving you money. I think you were creating 2 units for me. So do you want them both?
No, just for the one for now. I'm trying to find money for that, and I'm willing to put in our portion towards that. And I'm not going to put any council members on the spot. If at some point you support this effort and you're not going to use that extra funding, maybe you're only going to use 25 that we thought was budgeted. It would really help a lot to get that additional funding, but it's up to you.
Council President, would you explain again where that money's coming from exactly in the budget?
So in our office budgets, we were supposed to have $25,000 for the internship program. So far, is that correct? Okay. for some reason, instead of 25 last year, it was 50,000 per council office.
Not used unless you have someone from that internship program, is that correct?
Not necessarily. I don't know how, it's up to the
Flexible.
It's flexible funding.
It's line item for interns, but you guys are allowed to move money around. So if you didn't use it for interns, you could use it for something else in your operating budget.
Right. So it's completely voluntary. I'm going to take $50,000 from my line item, and it's carrying over, and use that towards this program. But that's just what I'm doing. That's all. So, okay. It makes sense? Yes. Okay. Okay, there's that. I want to make a motion for $50,000 for the Fresno Resiliency Center to support the Compassion Center, including the CalAIM program. Thank you. Motion for $400,000 in Measure P funds to support the Fresno City and County Historical Society to operate museums, including those located on the Fresno Fairgrounds. Thank you, Councilmember. Now, I apologize. The RFIs could very well be done. I don't know what the dollar amounts are. I'm going to be looking to make motions on Tuesday, but I'll let the administration know beforehand. Improvements to Stallion Park using Measure P money. Design funding for design of a new space at the Veterans and Barstow Park site that we have, we're purchasing. And then as well as left turn phasing at Bullard and Faulkner, which I believe is at close to the top of the list.
I believe you said Bullard and Van Ness.
That one as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And Bullard and Van Ness as well. I'm not saying we'll do both. I just want them in the hopper so I can consider them. And at this time, those are my only motions. Great. Council members, any more motions?
Just one question. Is this a final opportunity for motions, or would that be Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Thank you.
I mean, we can come back tomorrow if you want to. Okay. All right.
So let me just put this out there. If you think you're going to make a motion on Tuesday, I'd rather have a heads up today if it involves any sort of costing out, so that we're not waiting till the last minute on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. It's fair to say, out of courtesy, we typically will have a second for our motions. I will send you my motions early. That's just me.
Okay.
But I would encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Before you officially, if you know before Tuesday if you could let us know, we could be costing them out so that we have a better idea of how much out of balance we're going to be. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Council, anything else on this item? I think then we want to disclose about tomorrow, City Clerk.
Just sounds we're not
meeting tomorrow. Okay. All righty. Then we are going to adjourn today at 4:48. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.